Good morning, members. For anybody who's expecting to start at 10:30, we had a slight delay. There's a lot more information submitted overnight by way of written deputations to the council, and rather than bore everybody watching councillors reading something for 20 minutes, we've read it all through already, so we just started now at about 10 to 11. So welcome everyone. I am Councillor Lee Hunt, Chair of the Planning Committee. Please be assured that we have put appropriate cleansing and social distancing measures in place to ensure that this meeting is undertaken in a COVID secure manner. This has included a request for all attendees to have taken an LFD test within 48 hours of the meeting, the use of NHS Track and Trace app or attendee log, 2 metre social distancing, the wearing of masks when not seated, and a one-way system in the Guildhall. Limited public seating has been made available. However, this meeting is also being webcast to allow the public to attend remotely if they so wish. Please be advised that the public seating area is not in view of the camera used to webcast this meeting. Can I please ask members to remain seated throughout the duration of the meeting and to wear a face covering unless seated. Please only use seats marked with a green circle. These seats have been allocated to ensure 2 metres distancing. If the continuous fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the room and public gallery by the stairwells. Do not attempt to use the lifts. Please assemble by Queen Victoria statue in Guildhall Square. In order to comply with the Guildhall Trust fire marshal regulations, anyone who signed in at the Guildhall reception desk should sign out when leaving the building at the end of today's meeting. May I draw everyone's attention to the fact that this meeting will be live streamed. Everyone speaking via microphone will be on camera, including those making deputations. Members of the press and public are also permitted to record the meeting on the understanding that it neither disrupts the meeting nor records those stating explicitly that they do not wish to be recorded. Please can everyone use the microphones and remember to switch them off when they've finished. So we've got a deputations list here, members. Remind me if I overlook it sometimes in the fray of the meeting, I forget. And also, as I referred to just now, we've had quite an extensive supplementary matters list handed to us, which you've all had the opportunity to read for 15 minutes or so, which includes those submissions from the East St Thomas's Neighbourhood Forum, Trust Forum, and another one from Henry Thorpe, which we'll refer to later on. So, what we'll do is start by going around the room, everybody introducing each other. I think it's important for people to know who's who and why they're here and what they're doing. So we'll come to deputations too. So we'll start off with Councillor Atwell here, if I may.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Councillor Chris Atwell, St Thomas Ward and Vice Chair of the committee.
Councillor Smythe.
Councillor Judith Smythe, St Jude Ward, a member of this committee.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson.
Gerald Vernon-Jackson, Milton Ward Councillor.
Councillor Robert New, Copner Ward. Councillor Terry Norton, Drayton and Farlington Ward.
Councillor John Smith, Eastney and Craneswater.
Councillor George Fielding, Central Southsea Ward.
Councillor Darren Sanders, Baffins Ward, deputising for Councillor Lynn Stagg.
All right, so we also have Councillor George Madrick, who's, would you like to say good morning, George, and introduce yourself?
Councillor George Madrick from the Paulsgrove Ward.
And he's observing this morning. We have Councillor Lynn Stagg, who's making a deputation.
Councillor Lynn Stagg, Cabinet Member for Traffic and Transportation.
So now we'll go around to officers, starting with Juliet on my right.
Good morning all, my name's Juliet Gill, I'm the Principal Planning Solicitor at Portsmouth City Council.
Ian.
Good morning members, Ian Maguire, Assistant Director for Planning and Economic Growth.
Yes, Simon.
Thank you, Chairman. Simon Turner, Development Management Lead.
Anna.
Anna Martin, Democratic Services.
So Anna records everything we say and do and looks after the meeting. Then over here we've got, let's start with the deputations and go along.
Hello, my name's Ian Palacio. I'm Business Development Manager at the Port, and I'm representing Mike Sellers, the Port Director.
Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, I'm Abby Kelly. I'm a representative from PCC for the Transport Hub.
Martin.
Good morning, Martin Lavers, Assistant Director for Infrastructure, Portsmouth City Council.
And then we have one representative, which is Mr.
Robert Tutton, given a deputation on item 4, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Tutton. I think that's everybody. There's a couple of members in the public in the gallery. So we're being scrutinised today, so everybody behave, please. And so we're going to get underway. So we'll go to the agenda now.
Sorry, Chair, can I
Go on.
intervene if that's
Norton.
okay? So, Chair, item number 1 on the agenda is the Tipner interchange. I know that Councillor Atkins has given his apologies and asked for the meeting to be put back later, which was something that wasn't possible. However, he has previously sat on this and will have an extensive knowledge for that purpose, and in light of previous meetings where we've suspended standing orders and put things different so that Cabinet colleagues can have their say and what have you, will you please be minded to move this to later on in the meeting so that we can have a full cohort and build on that knowledge?
Okay, normally put it back for deputation and members of the public normally, but I mean, we're a democratic committee. All those who would like to put the thing back so that Councillor Atkins can, and we've got some expensive officers here who need to get back to work. All those who would like to see this put back to allow Councillor Atkins to attend, if you'd like to show in favour of that. That's 3. All those that want to continue with it as it is now.
Sorry, I shall add my vote to that.
I beg your pardon, Councillor Jackson.
So can I add my vote to those saying we should delay until Councillor Atkins could be here?
So that's going to be put back then for Councillor Atkins to attend. All right, Councillor Norton?
Thank you, Chair, I appreciate that.
That's all right. So that's quite a big application. That was going to take up quite a bit of time. So we will move on now then to item number 2, which is 83 Margate Road.
Chair, if it's possible, could we do the minutes and the declarations of interest?
Thank you so much. Okay, so members, the minutes from the meeting last time, you've got them there. Are they agreed?
No, the minutes are incorrect. Well, I think they're incorrect. It says I was only here for part of the meeting. I remember being here for every single one of the applications. But Anna, was I? I think I was here. Well, I'm definitely here for every application.
Could have been someone else, but we can check it.
Okay, but
I think they're mixing me up with you. So
it's entirely possible. People often do.
Watch out. Yeah, watch out.
I'm often mistaken for Rob as well.
Okay, so that's going to be amended then. I was here only for one item. So I don't really feel like I can propose the minutes. As Councillor Vernon Jackson...
With that change, as I was here for the whole meeting, I'm happy to propose them.
And happy to second, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Atwell. So those minutes are agreed. Okay? And we need to update the previous applications. Mr. Maguire.
Thank you, Chairman. So, members, I'll direct you to Appendix 3 of the SMAP. We've put the information we usually give verbally in writing for you for ease. In summary, this is obviously things that have been going on that you don't see here in committee. So 2 new appeals have been made, 3 new appeals have been determined, 2 dismissed, 1 allowed, and 3 new enforcement three notices have been served by your enforcement team during the last period. That's December, January and February. The addresses are listed in that Appendix 3.
So these are in writing now, as we asked a few meetings back. They give details so members are allowed to see, enabled to have more information as to why things have been allowed or not allowed by the planning inspector, and they're there for everyone to read about. Particularly interested was the one in Middle Street. Okay then. I beg your pardon, I can't hear unless you turn your microphone on.
Can we have declarations of interest?
Yes, indeed. Right. All those.
I have none.
Thank you. Any other members? Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Chair, in relation to the park and ride or the transport hub, I've taken advice from the city solicitor. This is a project that sits within the TNT portfolio, which is why Councillor Linstad can't sit on this. There is a debate about the word strategic development, because my portfolio includes strategic developments, but the briefings I have are about very specific strategic developments, not any development that people think might be strategic. So that the briefings I have are around the big things like Tipner West and the city centre, which fall within my portfolio. I don't think I have a conflict of interest, and I come to this with an open mind to be able to hear the presentation and see what the proposal is in detail.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, and that's recorded. So now on to item 5 on the agenda, which is planning applications. Then we're skipping the first one, and then we move to 83 Margate Road. So Ian, you're staying now then. Who's doing Margate Road?
Chairman, thank you. I'll be presenting these two items at Margate Road.
Okay, do you want to go ahead then? Sorry, I beg your pardon. We're going to... are we doing the deputations first? Written deputations first?
I'll provide a presentation on the items, then we'll go through the deputations, which I think are... Well, yeah, they're all written in this case, so I'll read through those deputations.
And everybody's read them. Just be sure everybody's read them, so they don't need to be read out. I don't see any purpose in reading them out, though now we've all read them. They'll be recorded for anybody to see. Is that all right with everybody? Okay, go ahead, Ian.
Okay, so the first item we have on this agenda is the certificate of lawfulness at 83 Margate Road. You have two applications on your agendas tonight, members, on the same site, and indeed somewhat on the same issue. The application certificate of lawfulness is seeking confirmation that the addition of an additional person, 7 occupants in total therefore, to the existing 6-person HMO at 83 Margate Road is not a material change of use, i.e. not development, and would be a lawful activity. This series of thoughts that have taken the applicant to this is obviously in clear reference to an appeal decision we've had recently that members are aware of, and we've presented to committee the Campbell Properties appeals, as they're referred to, a linked enforcement appeal of a number of different, at inquiry of a number of different sites, which looked at, amongst other things, specifically this question, whether 7 people in an HMO is a material change of use from 6 people in an HMO. The conclusion from that inspector was it is not a material change of use. While there's an intensification, 1/6, by adding a 7th person, that is not material. It doesn't significantly change the nature of the use for accommodation within the planning unit as a whole. Obviously it does change the use of a single room, but planning isn't concerned with single rooms. It's planning units we make these judgments against, and consequently the inspector, with the examples they had, was satisfied that in that case change of use of those sites from 6 to 7 was not a material change of use. Officers have looked at cases that come forward. This is the first one for judgment, 83 Margate Road, and we looked at whether the change of occupancy, which in this case, that's 83 Margate Road, of the study on the first floor. You can see at the front of the building there with the Velux windows, changing that from a study to a bedroom, whether that is a material change of use of the planning unit as a whole. Officers' clear advice is it is not a material change of use, that is a lawful change in the nature of the occupancy, and certificate of lawfulness consequently should be granted. This is a challenge for people to understand. Officers entirely respect that because there is a line between 6 persons, which is defined in the use classes order as a C4 use, and more than 6 persons, which is defined in the use classes order when they're living together and unrelated individuals as an HMO, which is not considered to be in use class C4 but is considered to be a sui generis use. And consequently, a lot of people, understandably, have got that distinction in their mind. I'll have to respectfully invite you to remove that distinction because it's not relevant to the judgment you're applying here. This use classes order is a descriptive and permissive order. What it does is it lumps together uses whereby the government is satisfied movement within that use class is permitted by virtue of the order itself, and indeed also allows them to provide through the general permitted development order movement between use classes as a development order permission. It does not prescribe it, saying that there is by definition a material change of use from moving out of one use class order into another. People obviously and understandably feel that is the case, but to be absolutely clear, it's not the case. Just because you are undertaking a change in the occupancy that moves it outside one use class, that does not automatically mean that there is a material change of use, and it's that definition, which is the definition of development, section 55 of the Town and Country Planning Act, which is the pertinent issue. You have to judge that as a matter of fact and degree on its own merits. The merits in this case is converting that study from a study to a bedroom, and whether that makes a material change of use in the occupancy of this HMO, as is 6 persons to as will be 7 persons. Officers' advice, as I say, is clearly that is not a material change of use. That reflects the inspectorate decision at Campbell Properties and reflects further advice we've taken the opportunity to gather from both our in-house legal services and external counsel who reviewed the Campbell Properties decisions to look at any inconsistency or flaw. None was found. It is, we feel, good guidance and a material consideration for the determination of similar applications such as this. Consequently, officers' advice is this certificate of lawfulness should be granted as there is no development involved in converting the occupancy of that room within this existing planning unit that is an HMO already. Happy, of course, to take any questions.
So members, we've got on the list deputations from Mr Thorpe, which you've read, I hope. Mr Willoughby on behalf of East St Thomas Residents Forum, and a couple of others which came in overnight. Again, one from Mr Willoughby and one from, was it Mrs Clark or Hazel Taylor? So we've all read those. I don't propose to...
Chairman, may I suggest, so we do have it properly captured in the minutes, the 3 deputations that were the written ones that otherwise would have been read out unless members are happy, from the owner of the site, obviously in support of his application, a deputation from Mr Thorpe on the certificate of lawfulness, and a deputation on the certificate of lawfulness, which I don't think is actually, doesn't have a name on it, but I do know is from Mr Willoughby. So they are the 3 deputations that we have.
Members, you've read these things. Do you want them read out or not? Everyone's shaking their heads. Right, okay then. So, members, you've heard the presentation by Mr Maguire, so we're going to questions right now about this matter. Does anybody have any questions? Well, Councillor Sanders was first.
Thank you, Lee. Forgive me, I'm not fully aware, Ian, of the minutiae of the Campbell Properties case, but in that particular case, for that particular development, how many extra bedrooms were included?
So there's a number of different schemes together. The pertinent one was exactly like this. It was taking a 6-bed unit with additional rooms and converting one of those rooms from a communal room to a bedroom. So exactly the same scenario here, a 7th bedroom, as we see here at Margate.
I mention this, Ian, for 2 reasons. Firstly, according to the supplementary matters, Mr Willoughby includes a plan for the 2nd planning application on the site, which has, as far as I can see, 4 bedrooms in it. I may be wrong. And now the proposal is for 7 bedrooms on the site. So although the people may be going up by 1, the bedrooms are going up by 3, plus there is a shower room and a WC as well. So I wanted to know whether the Campbell Properties situation included not just increasing the number of people by 1, but did it involve increasing the number of bedrooms by 1?
As I say, the Campbell property scenario is exactly the same as this. So, like a lot of properties, they change over time. Some of these changes are recent ones, and yes, recently it was a smaller unit without a loft conversion, without alterations on the ground floor, had less bedrooms. It has since then, as was the same for Campbell Properties, been converted. This is the existing plan. You can go and look at the site. Now it has 6 bedrooms and 1 study on that upper floor, and they're looking to change that 6 to 7. Yes, in a previous life, a recent previous life, it had fewer bedrooms, but we're not looking to compare what occurred some time ago. It is currently a 6-bedroom HMO.
Forgive me, I'm just saying that the plans which I've seen as part of our supplementary matters for the currently consented scheme have 4 bedrooms.
So, and to be absolutely clear, to correct that plan, the currently consented scheme was there, and then permitted development rights for conversion and alteration of the building have been utilised, and that additional space, those rooms in the roof, have been created and occupied as a 6-bedroom HMO.
So just to get this right, Ian, legally, the developer has perfectly legally increased the number of bedrooms in this property from 4 to 6. That is correct, is it not? That's my
yes, I believe so. Yeah.
That is legally doable?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and all he needs to do is increasing it to 7. Okay, that's my first question. My second question, this covers both applications, so I'm just doing it now. When was the original conversion into a C4 property, not the C3, C4 use, but a C4 property? When was that granted? If you don't know, that's fine.
So I know it was quite some time ago. That's why I can't give you the answer off the top of my head, unfortunately. So it's one of those historic ones we've been around for a while.
If you don't know, that's fine.
I'll ask the team to give you a specific date, but it was quite some time ago. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's fine. That also interests what I may think of this later on down the track. Those are my 2 questions, Lee.
All right. Councillor Smythe, did you want to ask a question? Anybody else wants to ask any questions? Councillor Smith.
Ian, that was all very clear. My question was really just a clarification. Given the fact that it's moving from 6 to 7 bedrooms, does that require any strengthening of the fire regulations at all? Given it's a dwelling now, not a study.
Define strengthening, obviously, how that room will be internally fitted out in terms of where you're placing your smoke detectors and so on and so forth. The rules are different for bedrooms to communal spaces, so there will be alterations. Obviously, all of those matters are dealt with under the licensing regime for HMOs, so the private sector housing team, as and when they relicense this as a 7-bedroom HMO, will be ticking off those things that fall out with planning. But yes, there are obviously slightly different requirements associated with different building uses. But as you imagine, very limited requirements, because it's all about the safety of rooms moving between 7. There's no actual physical change to the room, so the means of escape is exactly the same, whether it's a study or a bedroom. So they might have to put another smoke detector in if they don't already have one, but again, normal practice would probably already have one in that room.
So, okay. So I have a question. Councillor Van Jackson, do you have a question? I have a question. So, Mr. Maguire, you weren't here at the time. This is a question. About 3-4 years ago, these, for want of a better word, these super HMOs, I know we're looking at certificate of lawfulness at the moment, but these super HMOs, this angst came up before in the planning committee. My recollection was that we developed a policy around this. I may well be wrong, but I thought we had developed a policy around this, but I think that fell into disrepute with the planning inspectors. Was there such a policy where we tried to control the movement from an HMO, 6-person, up to sui generis HMOs?
as you say, you're talking about a period before my tenure. I'm unaware of any policy having existed. The policies that I've worn and were here when I started have been updated. Our SPD for HMOs talks about the loss of the introduction of HMOs into an area, so changing from something that isn't an HMO into an HMO rather than changing an existing HMO into a different form of HMO. So I'm unaware that there was a policy that you've had previously. It's certainly not in your 2012 local plan, nor the SPD when I started nearly 3 years ago.
Yeah, I remember it was something Councillor Pitt was very involved in when we were having these discussions over so-called super HMOs, and I thought we'd resolve, and then I went off the council for about a year, and I've come back and I see this argument resurrecting itself again. All right then, members.
Chairman, I can answer Councillor Sanders' question. So this is one of those HMOs that predates your 2012 Article 4 direction. So, you know, they were able to demonstrate to us in 2011 that they were already a C4 HMO. So they've been around for that period. If you look at paragraph 1.8 of the next application, I think it is, or it might be this one, we did grant planning permission for the change of use of the C4 HMO into a flexible use of either C4 or C3, but it has been an HMO which allows up to 6 people to live together, unrelated individuals, as an HMO since 2011-2010.
And Ian, it was the initial date of that initial application is the one I was looking for.
So,
but if you're saying if it predates effectively the 10% rule, that we brought in, then I understand.
Yes, they've been able to demonstrate that they were a C4 HMO up to 6 people prior to the Article 4 direction in 2011.
Very briefly, before I come to you, Councillor Norton, so that 10% rule is the rule that the City Council brought in to try and control and produce mixed and balanced communities, which was accepted by the planning inspector on a 50 metres radius principle rather than down the street. So that was what we did in order to try and address some of the real concerns that people had. Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Chair. In Mr Thorpe's deputation here, he mentions that the 2 neighbouring properties are both HMOs as well, one an 8-bedroom, one a 7. Can we confirm, you know, that in total is 21 bedrooms across 3 terrace houses in a row? Can we confirm that is correct?
I'm afraid I don't know. Obviously not of pertinent relevance to the certificate of lawfulness. Yeah.
Indeed, and we all have to remember the national planning policy framework, is a presumption in favour of development unless there are any local policies at the time the decision is made which helps councillors to refuse these matters. I presume at this time that there were not, which is why the 10% rule came in about 11 years ago now. Right, so members, we're going to move to comment now. Who would like to make any comments? Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you. And just to pick up on what Ian has just said, I'm just looking at the website, and in 2019 we did bring in a policy which tightened up how super HMOs could be. As I understand it, I'm trying to make sure I get the detail of it. So I think I'm not sure that piece of advice was correct. So my understanding is we do have things within the HMO policy which does try to make sure that we have some control on super HMOs. So my proposal is that we reject.
Could I interrupt you there? Could I ask Simon to go looking for that whilst we...
If I may, Chairman, obviously, Councillor Vernon Jackson, if you feel the advice we provided is incorrect because there's a policy I'm aware of, if you're able to give me...
I'm trying to find...
of that policy, because obviously the HMO SPD that you have and your 2012 local plan is well known to the committee, to officers, and doesn't provide any guidance to that. I would also, before you get too far down the rabbit hole, do remind you that the policy position for the council has no relevance for the determination of a certificate of lawfulness.
Thank you. I'm trying to look it up as we go along, and I will try to do that.
Shall I leave you just for a moment?
No.
You want to carry on?
Thank you, Chair. So I think the basic thing here is that when planning permission is given, and it's absolutely clear that this is a place that can be an HMO because it's got that permission. The question is, when planning permission is given for it not to be a family house but to be an HMO, which limits it to 6 people, does what the council say mean anything? Because that's what the policy says. It doesn't say you can have as many people as you want. It says you can have up to 6 people. That's what the planning permission says. So the question is, when we say that, does it actually mean anything? Or does it mean that you can have more than 6 people, in which case why we don't say you can have more than 6 people? And I think for me it is really, really simple and really, really clear that the planning permission given limits this to 6, and that is it. If planning permission doesn't mean anything, then I can go and choose to build something 35 stories tall on my house because planning permission doesn't mean anything. So I am absolutely clear, and I would propose that we reject the proposal here. I think Ian has got an argument that says if it's currently got 6 and it goes to 7, what's the material difference? And I think that's an argument, and it's one we have to listen to, and that's sensible. But the planning permission is absolutely clear in terms of a limit to 6. And I've been and talked to councillors in other places, because only about 50 councils in the country have an Article 4 directive, most people don't. But I've talked to councillors in Nottingham, Bristol, Liverpool and Leeds to ask, if somebody's expanding from a 6-person HMO to a bigger one, what happens? And in every case, they've said to me that has to get planning permission and come forward. So I have a fundamental disagreement with the policy being proposed here, which is why I'm proposing that we reject this, and I will propose that we reject the second application, because it is absolutely clear to me that if we're to have a planning department, and if planning permission means anything, it should mean what it says and not what any developer feels they want to do. If not, then we might as well just get rid of the planning department completely, because planning permission is worthless.
Chairman, I will obviously need to respond.
Go on, Ms Maguire, carry on.
So to be absolutely clear, and obviously to reject the position with respect, planning permission is a permission. It allows you to do something. In this case, actually it's not even that, it's a recognition. This is a lawful C4 site. It allows you to occupy the building up to 6 people. You can have 4 people living in it as a C4 HMO. You can have 5, you can have 6. That's a clear and permitted allowance. As, same if you're your own home, if you want to change how you're using your planning unit, it is a judgment on its merits at the time you're making that change, and whether that change is a material change of use, Section 55 of the Town and Country Planning Act. That in no way undermines the need or purpose of planning. That is fundamentally the need and purpose of planning, to apply judgment on the fact and degree of individual cases of whether there is operational development or a material change of use occurring that would be defined as development and require planning permission. It doesn't in any way undermine the efficacy of past permissions, the efficacy of conditions or consents granted. It is always the case. You grant a permission that confirms what the council will allow in that planning unit, and a landowner can go ahead and deliver that planning permission. In the future, they can change what they're doing in there, and if what they're doing changes in a significant way, such that it's a material change of use, that needs a new plan permission. If what they're doing is not a significant one, is not a material change of use, then it doesn't need planning permission. I can give you hundreds, an infinite number of ways you could change the way you're using an HMO, which is not material. You can allow dogs or not allow dogs. You can have 2 communal spaces and put bunk beds in a room rather than 2 bedrooms. All of these things, wouldn't change the numbers, but will be changes in how you're using the space. But no one would think they're material as a change of use of the planning unit. In this case, there is a notable change. They're taking a study and turning it into a bedroom. The judgment is on its own fact and degree whether that, as a whole planning unit, changing that study into a bedroom, or more significantly, because we're looking at the whole planning unit, changing from 6-person to 7-person, is a material change of use. To make a decision based on either planning policy, would have no relevance, or to suggest it undermines the efficacy or purpose of spatial planning and the Council's ability to do this, would just be a false premise. Members, I do invite you to ensure you are basing your decisions on a sound basis for judgment. It is a planning judgment on the law. What are the facts and degrees in here, rather than an in-principle position? This is on the specifics of 83 Margate Road. You see, and every time the same scenario will come up, specific judgments have to be made on that individual site on whether there's a change that is material in the planning unit as a whole. In this case, and they're using the general guidance that Campbell Properties provides us, and we as officers and your legal advisors have provided through this report and through various briefings with other members, you need to make that judgment. If you feel there is a material change of use between 7 people occupying this building, which has whatever it is, 9 rooms and bathrooms, or 6 people occupying this building with exactly the same rooms, exactly the same bathrooms, then a certificate can be refused. But you have to have articulate reasons why the nature of the occupation has changed in a significant way, so that the council can record it and obviously defend those on appeal.
So then So then the change of use from a study to a bedroom is a material planning consideration, and it could be considered that this would mean it's no longer an HMO, presumably on the grounds that there's no communal space or insufficient communal space, or that is an overdevelopment of the site. So I just want to get that clear in my head, Ms. Maguire.
I'm not entirely sure of the question, but I think the answer is probably no. So we don't look at change of use of the room, it's the planning unit as a whole. That's where you must set your judgment, because obviously, as I say, you could turn them all into bedrooms, or only have 1 bedroom with 6 beds in or 7 beds in. It's the planning unit we judge, not how people use the rooms in their dwelling, whether they're using it communally or otherwise. Whether it meets space standards and so on and so forth, again, is not a question of the legality of the use. That's obviously dealt with by separate matters. Private sector housing licensing, obviously separate to this. Whether or not you grant a certificate of lawfulness, obviously a licence will need to be updated accordingly. No, the change of use of a study into a bedroom is not a material change of use. And I will give, if members will indulge, a practical example. A couple of years ago, I had a member of my family move into my family home, and I converted my study into a bedroom for that person. That is not a change of use of my family home. It remained within use class C3 in that case, because they were a member of my family as listed under the Housing Act, in case my local authority is listening. But it was a change of use of that study to a bedroom. Exactly the same scenario. Occupancy went up by a greater percentage than we're looking at here. Car ownership went up by a greater percentage than is likely in this scenario. A room equally changed on that purpose, but clearly not a material change of use to add my brother to the home occupied by my wife and I. Same scenario, unfortunately, same basis for practical judgments you must apply in judging whether there is a significant change in the occupancy for 7 people in an HMO versus 6 people in an HMO.
Thank you. Councillor New, and then Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to second Councillor Vernon Jackson's proposal for the reasons that he stated. I think you spoke very well and eloquently on that, and I take all of your points.
Look, we've now got this. I'll come to you in just a moment, Councillor Norton. We've got an established proposal to be debated. Can I call in Juliet Gill at this point? Has she got any legal advice that she would like to give?
I think I'd like Ian to come back first.
All right, Ian, and then Ms. Gill.
I think I have little to add. We've been had a general motion that should be refused and seconded, but so we will need a reason for refusal, a description of why this occupancy is significantly different and thus would qualify as a material change of use. That's what you'll have to defend.
Very happily provide that.
Okay, I just want to I will come to you, Councillor Norton, then Councillor Smythe, then back to Councillor Vernon Jackson, and then Councillor Sanders, but we'll just get a legal opinion right now.
Well, as Ian said, we need the reasons why there's a significant change. I haven't heard any as of yet, so...
All right.
After Councillor Norton, I'm very happy to provide them.
Okay, we'll go. I said Councillor Norton, Councillor Smith, then Councillor Sanders. We'll come back to you, Councillor Vernon Jackson, for fairness. Councillor Norton.
Councillor Smythe's got a microphone. Councillor Chair, with your permission, I'm happy to hear Councillor Vernon Jackson first, so that it may eradicate what I'm going to say. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, that's sensible then. All right, Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you. In Supplementary Planning Guidance 2019, section 1.9, it refers to the need for all planning applications for 1.8, not 1.9, any move from a C4 to a sui generis to come forward with planning permission, and therefore that needs to happen in all cases. In paragraph 2.3, of the supplementary plan of it, where planning permission is sought for change of use C4 to sui generis in areas of concentration of HMOs exceeding the 10% threshold, the council will consider the potential harm to amenity caused by an increase in the number of bedrooms in an already unbalanced community. And clearly we've got the deputations to say how much harm that will cause. And 2.16, within the supplementary planning guidance. In accordance with policy PCS 23, the City Council will ensure applications of HMO development will protect the amenity and the provision of good standard of living environment for neighbours and local occupants. For the purpose of assessing applicants for the change of use from C4 HMOs and sui generis HMOs, planning permission will only be granted where the proposals would not result in an over-intensive use of the property. Therefore, I'm happy to propose that we reject this on the grounds that it breaks PCS 23 and PCS 20 because of the grounds set out in the deputation from Mr Willoughby. We all know the very negative effects of having super HMOs in areas of high concentrations of HMOs. Planning permission is really clear that this was for six people only, and that this is breaking it. Therefore, we have no option but to try to defend the planning department by rejecting these applications.
Chairman, if I may assist.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr Maguire.
So the certificate of lawfulness, your policy has no relevance to its determination. You can't quote your policy in judging whether or not there's a material change of use. And so some of the comments you made around the external impacts, that's what you need to demonstrate to explain why 7 people are having a materially planning considered impact that's different to 6 people. So the SPD talks to the scenarios, and in a scenario where you're changing a 6-bed HMO or a 7-bed HMO into a 12-bed HMO, obviously that's doubling the occupancy, that would have a different set of impacts. That's not the question. The question is very clear on this one. 6 beds to 7 beds, why is that materially different? Reference to the SPD has no relevance and will guarantee a costs awarded appeal.
Because the logic...
Hang on, Councillor Vernon Jackson. If we do this through the chair, I know this is a very difficult debate for members and indeed the public, and there's a lot hanging on it. So we'll go now to Councillor Vernon Jackson, then we'll come to Councillor Smythe.
So if your logic says that breaking the planning permission at 6 and going to 7 is no material difference, what is the difference between going from 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12? Once you allow this is an open door to any HMO being up to 10, 12, 15 people. We have to be clear about defending planning policy and the planning law, and this rides a coach and horses through it and will be a sign to all developers in the city that you can do what you like because the planning department in this city doesn't care.
All right, I think in your reasons for refusing it, you mentioned the harm that would be caused by going from 6 to 7 person, 7-bedroom HMO. You mentioned all the things that Mr Willoughby has raised in his deputation and others, I presume.
It's an over-intensive use of the property. It will cause increasing in the amount of waste that's produced. We know from the SPD that the complaints from super HMOs and HMOs in terms of antisocial behaviour is way higher than in ordinary households. So there is a whole series of things set down within our SPD of reasons why we should be saying no to this. We should be defending council policy, not riding roughshod through it.
Okay, thank you. I think it's the developers that are trying to do that. Councillor Norton, then Councillor Smythe, then Councillor Fielding.
You know, I agree with what Councillor Vernon Jackson says there, and I don't have the policies in front of me to go through in that detail, but I do think it's worth saying, and we do try to reiterate this as much as possible. When it comes to these decisions, we have to look at material considerations. So, something that isn't popular or something that is not good for the community or morally isn't particularly a good thing to do doesn't always hold up, and that's a point, I think, to make clear to those watching and deputies. However, I do think there's an issue here. One of the issues, one of the considerations is traffic and highway issues, and 21 bedrooms over 3 terrace houses, which could at times potentially be, if there are couples in those rooms, 42 individuals with 3 or 4 parking spaces must have some implication when it comes to the traffic and highway within that area. So I'm not sure if there's a legal position that we can build into that to say that potentially 42 cars is just is not good. However, I would support Councillor Vernon Jackson and Councillor New's position on this.
All right, well, you're talking about the cumulative impact of all of the houses around there, which we know are way too high, which is why the administration at the time brought in the 10% rule. Thank goodness it did. So I've got, Councillor Sanders has been hanging on a while, so he'll come after Councillor Smith, then Councillor Fielding. So Councillor Smythe, then Councillor Sanders, then Councillor Fielding. Is that all right?
Members, Chair, I think we all find these ones particularly difficult, and in this particular area of Portsmouth, there are more than the HMOs there should be. Fortunately, the council put in a policy with the 50 metres radius, so it's not happening elsewhere. It is actually interesting, we haven't had new applications for HMOs in this area because of that rule very often in the time that I've been on this committee for nearly 4 years. I do think, though, that we ought to listen very carefully to the officer's recommendation here. If you look at page 35 or page 57, it seems to me that if we got this application ab initio, a new proposal to us, accepting the fact that there would be more HMOs within the 50-metre radius, and this one's been there for quite a long time, so we've got no choice, it's an existing use, we would approve it because the combined living space at 26.3 metres squared is greater than the required standard at 22.5 metres squared. I think normally we think that people running HMOs are just being greedy, and this one may well be greed, but it might also be that nobody much wants to use that space as a study because it's right up at the top of the house, far from getting a cup of coffee and all that sort of thing, and that it's a wasted space. I mean, I do think that this one, the recommendation is very strong. I've very seldom heard our officers being quite so clear on the legal aspects of it, so I would like to move that with heavy hearts we approve this and follow the officer's recommendation.
All right. You'll need to look for a seconder for that, but in the meantime, we will then go to Councillor Sanders and then Councillor Fielding.
Thank you, Lee. I wish to support what Gerald and Rob have put forwards. I don't impugn anybody's sincerity at all. That's the first thing. I don't think any of us should. But it's clear to me the system is just frankly an ass. Ian said to me, quite legally, that it was legal to basically break the planning permission, for the developer to break the planning permission and move it from 4 bedrooms to 6, perfectly legally. That means the system as a whole, not any of the individuals in here, is simply dust. And it's no surprise that people in the East St Thomas and elsewhere in the city are deeply unhappy about what is going on. And Lee, because it was you who drove through the initial change and the introduction of the 10% rule. When we put it through in 2012, the planning inspector hit the roof and hated it. And that's why the compromise, which they didn't like and they don't like, is around a radius rather than a street. A street is far more logical, as you and I and many councillors know in all groups, but the planning inspector has said no. And I find that approach just crazy. I find the idea of adding 2 more bedrooms crazy as permitted development. Not down to anybody in here, but because the system is crazy. And I think the key issue Gerald was putting forwards is that of cloaking, as Martin Willoughby describes it in his deputations. The idea that 4 can become 5, 5 can become 6, 6 can become 7, 7 can become 8, perfectly legally, is highly frustrating, deeply irritating, and creates real trust issues amongst many of the residents who live nearby. The licensing team overseas recently conducted a survey of HMOs. People living in them, landlords, neighbours. And the top issue is the one issue that none of us in this room can sort, which was parking, as Councillor Norton identified. But I would say to Councillor Norton that actually HMOs in parking zones, but only in parking zones, are limited to 2 spaces. So the idea that there was 42 parking permits across 3 properties in this area is incorrect. But I think the issue of cloaking is a significant one. I think it erodes trust. I think the planning officers have put forward a series of ideas based around the situations the planning inspector has dealt them with. I don't like that situation. I think it erodes trust in our area. I do not blame the planning officers for doing it, but I think, unfortunately, today is the line in the sand. And that's why I would support what Gerald and Rob have put forwards, and I will only, you'll be delighted to know, do 1 speech for both applications, because they both cover the same issues. I think the system is significantly flawed, and I have to say, terribly sorry, but no.
All right then, Councillor Fielding, then Councillor Outwell.
As Mr Maguire has quite clearly stated, we need to establish that the facts create a material change. What I would propose is that changing a non-habitable space on the 2nd floor of a property in a roof space to a habitable space could be construed as a material change and would therefore support the position of refusal, primarily because the application is based on a certificate of lawfulness as opposed to us allowing to impose our planning policy on it, where it's restricted us basically, and you have to have got your facts to back up that. So I would say if we were to put that there is in fact a material change of use, and it may get overturned on appeal, but I think we'd set a marker in the sand that we don't like the way this application's been put forward.
All right, I think that's what I was trying to say earlier on. Councillor Atwell.
Thank you, Chair. Ian, to understand, I am one of those people. It's an area I know quite well, and I've been listening to the debate, so with an open mind, and I have concluded that rather than being a notable change, I think it's a material change, and I'll be supporting Councillor Vernon Jackson and Councillor New's position for the reasons we've just been hearing from other councillors.
All right, so I'll round up in a minute. So the thing is here, we've been looking at HMOs now for over a decade. The council has, for want of a better word, armed itself with some pretty strong policies. Councillor Sanders kindly mentioned how principally brought in the 10% rule, and that has been beneficial to the city, although sometimes you think the way people talk to us, we weren't trying, but we are trying. Subsequent to that, we saw the developers and owners of HMOs circumnavigating that rule, which is the words I used when we looked to bring in the subsequent policies to help us make decisions over so-called super HMOs. So the council has done everything within its power to try and control these things. What we're up against is the National Planning Policy Framework, and we're up against the deregulation of planning across the country. Now, these are difficulties all of us are dealing with, and so we can see permitted development do some pretty substantial things to properties, which all these things come into play. We've had the advice from Mr. Maguire, which is very clear, and he really is telling us we should grant this. But we have a proposal from Councillor Vernon Jackson to not grant permission, and this is seconded by Councillor New, and it is very clear from the room that there's going to be a vote to refuse this application. Therefore, I'm going to stop the committee right now so that the officers could go away and provide a form of words based around what Councillor Vernon Jackson says that will come and enable us to try and defend this into the future. Mrs. Gill.
Chair, before we adjourn, could you let Ian Maguire come back on some points that were raised by members?
Yeah, apologies, Ian, I would have done that.
One was the cumulative impact of
the parking,
cars, so the traffic, and also that changing up a non-habitable space into a habitable space is a material change.
I think he addressed that when he answered me, but go ahead, Mr. Maguire.
Yes, sorry, I'm happy to do it now. Obviously, once we've helped members with their wording, we'll have to provide further advice, so, again, I'm sure, but to deal with a couple of the general points and to provide a summary before members wish to move on to that adjournment. So the cumulative impact, again, obviously, the fundamental point, this is a certificate of lawfulness, not a policy question. It's not relevant to the judgment of the legality, which is a very straightforward question. Is this a material change of use as defined by statute, by applying the facts and degree of that case? It does go, and I think, Chairman, you made a very salient, a very clear point how pertinent it is to the judgment. Obviously, members can make their own conclusion. It is deeply frustrating that the planning system, national planning system, it's not the framework, it's not the policy, it is the law of the Town and Country Planning Act and everything that derives from it, does allow incremental growth. Permitted development is a classic example. There's well over 150 classes of permitted development, things that people can do that are development that you, as a planning authority, as a council, have no control over. That is the planning system. You can dislike it. The planning system doesn't care. That's the law. Whether you like the law or not, it is still the law. Clearly, members do not like the law in this case because it allows people to do things that is contrary, in your view, to the interests of your residents and your communities. And I'm in no way saying you're wrong about that, but whether you like it or not, and 4 different members said that I don't like this is the line in the sand. Whether you like it is not relevant. It's a question of law, whether this is actually a change of use. Changing from 4 bedrooms to 6 bedrooms through permitted development is lawful. Has been lawful for decades. That's not new. Changing from 6 occupants in an HMO to 7 occupants in an HMO, officers, barristers, spoke to the Planning Advisory Service yesterday. The Planning Advisory Service head of DM guidance all say that's lawful as well. It's not a material change of use. In the circumstances specifically to this case as demonstrated in the same similar circumstances for the Campbell Properties cases. It's a judgment of whether there is a change of use of the planning unit. To deal with a non-habitable space question, we're not looking at the change of use of a room, we're looking at the planning unit as a whole. This is a existing HMO, and at the end of the process it's still an existing HMO which has got one more person in it, and that one more person is an intensification of use. It's an intensification of one. Officer's advice is that is not material. Members, if they wish to come to a contrary view, will need to articulate reasons, which the Chairman's invited you to do now, of exactly why that is material, so that you can stand up and defend that on appeal, should the applicant appeal this certificate if it is refused, as has been suggested, is the next step from the discussion that we've seen so far. So I think, members, I would be advise you caution. As always, it's your judgment to apply the facts and degree, but you'll need to articulate why one more person is a material change is for this planning unit. And references to room standards, to parking standards, to your policy have no play in a determination of certificate of lawfulness, which is obviously judged purely on that, the lawfulness of the change, not the preference or the desire or the likability or indeed the policy compliance of that change.
So it's quite clear to me that the planning committee has gone to the barricades on this matter, and I don't blame them, and neither does Mr Maguire, but he's giving us sound, professional advice. It is a matter for the committee how it wants to proceed with this. The officers clearly don't agree, but say we have gone to the barricades on this matter as we did before. We have armed ourselves with all the local policies that we can possibly. I can't envisage any other wording or policies that would negate the law in this matter. So the committee knows full well what it's doing, and so I just invite Gerald Vernon-Jackson, Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson, to perhaps give us a précis of the wording, and I know it's always very difficult these circumstances, but we are robust enough to offer a challenge. Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson.
So I'm presuming we're effectively doing both together, but I think it is...
Could I get a legal ruling on that?
Absolutely not.
No, okay, fine. In which case, fine. That's very helpful advice.
Dealing with the first one.
So dealing with certificate of lawfulness, it is clearly a breach of the planning permission that was granted to allow it to be a six-person HMO, and breaking that without having asked for planning permission is a clear breach in the law, and therefore we should not be supporting people breaking the law knowingly.
All right, so the officers have listened very carefully to what various members of the planning committee have said, and we'll have got a flavour for what the committee wants to have happen. So I'm going to adjourn the meeting to let them go away and help us with a form of words to come back to make a decision on this matter. Okay? So the meeting's adjourned for 10 minutes.
Are we allowed to leave the room? Sorry, Chair. Are we allowed to leave the room to get a coffee and things, or is that okay?
The meeting's adjourned for 10 minutes, so we'll go off. Members, we're going to resume around about 12:15. Okay then, members, can I call the meeting to order, please? So I'll go over to Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson, who is going to help us with a form of words. Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson.
Okay, I've talked to Ian, and there's a bit of it that's the bit that he needs, but there are bits that I think we should put in as well. So the wording I've come up with is a certificate of lawfulness should be denied as the breach in planning permission, limiting the property to 6 people. This increases the cumulative impact of HMOs in the area. A certificate is granted, if a certificate is granted to increase to 7 people, then this could be used to increase it to 8, 9, 10, 11 or 12 people in the future. The increase in antisocial behaviour, noise, rubbish and parking will increase, therefore creating unbalanced communities, and that an original 2-bedroomed house would become a 7-bedroomed house.
Right, is there any further comment from officers on that?
So, obviously, I do need to comment and say, members, my general advice is quite a lot of that has no relevance, of course, to the certificate of lawfulness, as Councillor Vernon-Jackson referred to. So that the relevant part, so I can draw your attention to that, is whether or not there's a material change of use. And from the reason you just heard, that it is built that there's cumulatively an increase in antisocial behaviour, noise, rubbish and parking from 7 people compared to 6 people, and that cumulatively combination of impacts is resulting in a materially different use of the planning unit. That is the legal position that is being asked for a vote from you, and that's the judgment you need to apply yourselves to, whether or not, as a matter of fact and degree, adding a 7th person into the 6-person HMO will be materially different, and in particular that materiality is evidencing itself through antisocial behaviour, noise, rubbish and parking. That's the motion as stands, with the additional wording around that the Councillor Vernon-Jackson has read out. In terms of officers' advice, obviously what you will need to defend on appeal, should an appeal be made, is evidence of why 7 people has a materially greater impact in combination of those 4 things: antisocial behaviour, noise, rubbish and parking. I can advise you that I know of no evidence that the Council holds that 7-person HMOs versus 6-person HMOs has any difference in those issues, let alone a material one individually or in combination. But that's the judgment you need to apply in deciding how you wish to vote for this motion.
All right, Councillor Vernon-Jackson, you've written the words down, I presume. Would you mind reading them again, please?
A certificate of lawfulness should be denied as a breach in the planning permission, limiting this property to 6 people. Full stop. This increases the cumulative impact of houses of multiple occupation in this area. Full stop. A certificate, if granted, to increase to 7 people could then be used to increase to 8, 9, 10, 11 or 12 people. Full stop. The increase in antisocial behaviour, noise, rubbish and parking problems will increase, therefore creating unbalanced communities, when an original 2-bedroomed house is changed into a 7-bedroomed house. Full stop. Oh, we could do, Ian, in terms of, you don't want us to mention planning policy, do you?
So planning policy has no relevance.
Okay, so in which case that's fine. I'd leave it at that then.
I'm sure our planning inspector will look at the gist of what is being said here, and we'll have a look at it afresh and come to a view, him or herself. But I get the committee, as I say, has decided to man the barricades on this, and I understand why. it is very concerned, we are very concerned, the local planning authority, which we are, is very concerned about the, as I think Mr. Willoughby says in his deputation, a tsunami of applications. I think that is concerning. But we were here about 3 years ago, and it abated for some time. So I don't understand why it's suddenly begun again. But there we are, there we have it. Those are the words. Everybody's very clear about it. This proposal continues to be seconded by Councillor New, I take it. Councillor New? Okay. So members, it's very clear. You've had all the advice. You've heard the proposal from Councillor Vernon Jackson. There was a proposal on the floor from Councillor Smythe, but that has not been seconded, so the only proposal is the one by Councillor Vernon Jackson. All those in favour of his proposition to refuse the application for the reasons described, please raise their hands. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those against, please show. That is 1. And all those abstaining, that is 1. Okay, so the decision has been made. So we move on to item number 4, which is, I will get Mr. Maguire to make the introduction and read his report. Mr. Maguire.
So the next item shall present is again 83 Margate Road. So as well as the certificate of lawfulness that's just been considered by the committee, we have a planning application for, in effect, the same thing. The developer covering their bases there. The report lays out the compliance of the application with policy. I'll summarise, it's fully compliant with your policy and consequently is recommended for the grant of plan permission. Officers are of the opinion, additionally, that it doesn't require plan permission, as we've just discussed, and consequently the recommendation is unconditional permission, because they can do it without planning permission. If members are of the opinion, and the previous decision doesn't suggest this, that it does require planning permission, then you may wish to consider a conditional permission, and I can provide the standard conditional approach we have for HMOs, obviously the standard time limit, approved planned cycle storage, waste storage conditions, and the associated condition linked to nitrates and other SBA mitigations. I can read those if and when we get to that part of the issue. As I say, otherwise the compliance with policy has been discussed in here. It's an existing HMO, so the 10% rule doesn't engage, as obviously it doesn't change the balance on that basis. The room sizes are covered off in paragraph 5.5, fully in compliance with your room size requirements in the SPD associated with your private sector housing occupancy, and otherwise fully in accordance with policy. So while clearly members do not wish to follow the advice of officers that this doesn't need plan permission, members now need to make a judgment of whether it complies with your policy, and under all objective assessment of that, it does comply with your policy, and the recommendation is therefore to grant plan permission for it.
Okay, so again, everybody has read the representations from Mr. Thorpe and from Mr. Willoughby and Hazel Taylor. So I'll come to questions now. Councillor Gerald Vernon Jackson.
Ian, is it possible to look at the plan and particularly want to look at the outside space?
So I think, as you can, so this is, I think, the best plan I have, unfortunately. Like a lot of sites in Portsmouth, very limited, if any, outside amenity space, a small yard to the rear. The red dot, obviously, is and the centre of that circle is the site, so you can see the small yard at the rear of the property.
So, can I check, because it looks as if with the original plan, which seems to mirror all of the ones here, has already been extended into the yard with the bit on there, and as I understand it, there is cycle storage in what remains of the yard.
That's right, they put a cycle store back.
So there is no usable outdoor space for anybody.
So this is an existing 6-bedroom HMO with no garden. It has an access space to what is a yard that is majority filled with cycle storage.
And where for 7 bedrooms do they put the rubbish bins?
So again, like a lot of Portsmouth properties, for 6 bedrooms, the rubbish bins are stored either in the small front yard, which is just a tiny space. You can see the bins there, just poking, find my mouse, apologies, where's it gone? Yeah, there it is. You can see the bins poking there between the front wall and the front pier of their wall. I have no reason to think they would do anything different for a 7-bedroom occupancy.
And can I ask, they're hoping to have is 7 bedrooms. What is to stop them putting 14 people into 7 bedrooms?
So in this case, there's an application to utilise the building, so that would be the lawful use of the building would be 7 people. If they wanted to put 14 people in, the council would have to come to a judgment whether that occupation by 14 people is a material change in the use of the site in accordance with Section 55(2) of the Town and Country Planning Act, and that doubling of occupancy quite likely could be a significant material change of use. However, probably a secondary consideration, because they will need to secure the appropriate licence for 14 people by double occupancy of all of those rooms, and that would obviously have to be assessed against the private sector housing guidance for licensing, which for sites with more than 10 occupancy does have obviously different requirements numerically. As always, your job is to assess the application in front of you for 7 occupants that this fully complies with.
And if we did say yes to this, there would be a condition in that would limit it to 7 people.
It is for members to decide if any conditions are necessary and pass the necessary tests laid out in statute for conditions of necessity, precision and enforceability.
All right, any more questions? So I'm going to move into comment. I'm going to start off. I think that in this case that the principle of development does not comply with policy. I believe that this council has worked very hard to maintain mixed and balanced communities, which is why it brought in the SPD, the 10% rule, and that if this were given planning permission, the addition of more rooms and increase in people living there would have an adverse impact on the would detract from the would have an adverse impact on the maintenance of mixed and balanced communities in this area. So I'm proposing a refusal. It's probably seconded by Councillor Vernon Jackson. Hang on, I haven't quite finished. There is absolutely no doubt that developers are attempting to circumnavigate the council's very strong policies. We have been here before, and the committee was very robust in defending the council's policies back then. The committee is going to be equally robust. I keep saying it's man the barricades, which is correct, and to defend the policy and defend the communities as well, and to make sure that we have mixed and balanced communities. So the addition of more and more rooms and more people into areas already saturated by HMOs is not on. And the committee is, somebody said earlier on, drawn a line in the sand, but we'll consider every single application on its merits as it comes along. But for this one, I'm proposing the refusal because it imbalances mixed and balanced communities. Councillor Gerald Vernon Jackson.
Well, I agree with all that, but I'll just ask if you would consider as well, the bit I'm worried about is because we built on almost all the yard, is by definition it's 7 people, an awful lot of rubbish is going to be produced, and it's going to either be outside the front window, which is a bedroom, or out at the back by a window, which is a bedroom. And I just think creating things where you've got very smelly bins by people's bedroom windows, so you can't open the windows, means that the quality of life of people inside those, living in those places, will be a poor quality of life. So I think that's PCS 23,
Yeah.
but I'm happy to be guided.
The planning inspector's already agreed with us previously. I distinctly remember one, further one in Southsea, where we had bins stored under people's windows, but I'm not sure where the bin storage is intended in this particular one. I didn't notice, Councillor.
The officer said it's under the front window.
Well, that's not acceptable, is it? You know, it's going to have an adverse, it's going to be poor for the intended occupier, so very happy to include that in the decision to refuse. So, Councillor Smythe.
Thank you, Chair. I do think we have to remember, first of all, that we have a policy here and that we are advised that this is policy compliant, and I can see that it is, particularly in regard to what we normally look at very closely, which is on page 35 or 57, where the combined living space at 26.303 metres squared is higher than the required 22.5 metres squared. The second thing is that we have never, in my time on the Planning Committee, which is nearly 4 years, refused a planning permission on the location of bins. And it's perfectly easy to keep bins from stopping smelling by the traditional method of putting plastic bags in the bin and sealing them up and keeping them nice. Now, I can see that there's all sorts of households that sometimes don't do that. But there are a lot of the majority of households do prevent the bins smelling, and we're not really being asked here about whether there should be a bin outside a bedroom, because there already is, and there has been for these many years. The question before us, I think, is whether or not this is a material change. And one can argue very easily, and I believe an inspector would, that this is not a material change. One extra person. I mean, I feel desperately sorry for the residents of that road, because there are more than the 10% in 50 square metres. But that was before the council decided it's extremely admirable policy to have this 50 square metres in which there was that there is a control. This HMO is already there, and I just think that given the evidence we've got in this report, I would like to recommend, again with a heavy heart, approval. And in saying that, I do put a good deal of weight on the possibility that we can have a really even stricter policy when we come to approve our new local plan. And I urge people, again, we've agreed this last time round, is to have a special meeting of this planning committee to help to advise Ian on what can be done within the planning law and regulations to improve our controls. But I don't think this is an example of where we can demonstrate that, so I would move for approval and following the officer's recommendations, subject to the conditions, including the one that limits the occupancy to 7 people.
All right, I can assure you the planning inspector has agreed with us over bins outside people's windows before. It has happened, and he agreed with us. It was one of the reasons for refusal, somewhere in Southsea, if I remember rightly. This isn't about it's about the doubling, almost doubling of the activity there, and as I say, it's about the imbalancing of the. No, sorry, not doubling. Sorry, it's about the imbalancing of the additional rooms and people, which will cause an imbalance in mixed and balanced communities, which is RSPD.
It's one additional person, I think.
I get that, and I've done it before on one additional person. That was 3-4 years ago, indeed, before you were on the committee, and indeed we did have some success with the planning inspector, who actually agreed with us from time to time. There we are. All right. Who was I coming to next? Planning was anyone else? Okay, I've been quite clear about the reason for refusal. Secondary Councillor Vernon Jackson, Mr. Maguire, are you coming back?
I can, if you wish, Chairman. As I say, your mixed and balanced communities policy doesn't prevent this scheme to add one more person into an area which is, has a high number of HMOs at the moment, undeniably, but when you take all of those HMOs and all of those bedrooms, because that's what you're now trying to stretch the policy to apply to, which is not the writing of the policy and say, as officers, we can't support members in that reinterpretation of policy, to suggest that adding one more HMO occupant into this area suddenly makes what is a balanced community an imbalanced community, or suddenly has a significant impact on something that warrants refusal of plan permission, will require evidence, which is in my opinion, clearly not there. We've had a debate earlier around, just in the line of 3 properties, how many people are there at the moment, and that's a microcosm of a wider issue has been mentioned in this area, because it had a number of HMOs long before controls were imposed by this council. That's the nature of the community as is, and the balance of the community as exists. Adding one more person, whether that is a material change of use of the planning unit or not, we won't go over that debate again, but adding one more person to say that that has a significant impact on planning, relevant planning considerations, such that it is creating an imbalanced community, I'm unsure how members feel they can justify that as a position that there is a balance in the community that will be tipped over by one more HMO occupant at the moment. And the same issue, the concerns about some of the specifics, the bins are stored in the front yard, a common circumstance, I'm sure, along this road, not optimal, certainly. That is a statement of fact at the moment. There's already a bedroom there. It's the room in the top floor, which is being converted under the floor plans provided by the applicant. So again, to suggest that that will change a circumstance from acceptable to unacceptable when it's an existing circumstance does appear to be undefensible at appeal. Again, some officers would express extreme caution about trying to suggest this fails to comply with policy. Our professional opinion is it is full square in compliance with your policy.
All right, thanks. But I for one, am really very aware of the sheer number of complaints at the weekends and so on, with people from this area complaining bitterly about policing issues, about bin issues, bins not being collected, foul stench from bins all along the street, bins not being strewn up and down the road, noise, terrible noise at night. So it is a misery for them, and any addition to it even by one person, I think we've got to man the barricades. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it is really clear that the policy that the City Council has adopted is about the cumulative impact and the impact on those communities, and that you cannot look just one thing at a time. That's what the policy is about. It is saying, and it's been supported by inspectors, that the cumulative impact, changing those communities by adding one more house, then another, changes the whole feeling of those communities, and that's what they've supported, and that's what we have to continue to fight. And I think we have to be really clear that it's a really strong principle of the Council that we fight that change that comes from the cumulative impact, and we expect, whatever the decision is now, that we will defend this strongly and robustly because of the effect on those communities, of the cumulative impact of changing more and more houses, which does change things completely in those areas.
All right, so that's cumulative impacts, not in the reason for refusal. I don't think it can be, can it?
It's covered in the policy. All we're doing is we're backing up the policy of the Council. So it's absolutely clear.
We're looking at this particular property. Ms Maguire, cumulative impact, can it go in or not?
I would say we will need some specific wording for a reason for refusal. What are the impacts, and yes, whether those impacts are judged individually or cumulatively obviously goes to the planning merits. That's not in position at all. I would just add one general point and a point of housekeeping while I have the microphone, if that's okay, Chairman. A couple of references have been made around appeals being granted in accordance with an opinion around bin stores. I don't wish to suggest that hasn't happened. My team and I have no recollection of any such appeal, so just to express caution, unless members have a specific appeal reference they want to draw to the committee's attention, to be the inaccuracy of recollection may or may not be applied there, so just a caution on that point. And if I may, just a point of housekeeping, we skipped through it for this item, but of course we do have similar deputations, the same 3, owner, Mr Thorpe and Mr Willoughby, written deputations. I'm assuming members are equally happy they have read and don't need read out by officers, just to ensure that's captured in the minutes.
Okay, to be very clear then, so There was, so for example, it may not be a bin appeal, but to have it for Mrs. Gill to locate bin storage under a person's window, opening window, will have an adverse impact on the residential amenities of the occupiers by way of smell and noise as people go to and from it. I think that's very clear. And then the other point that I've made, I thought I was very clear, was that the addition of another room, more rooms, an increase of to one person will alter the will have an adverse impact on the mix and balance of communities of that area. Councillor Vernon Jackson has mentioned cumulative impact, but I'm not quite sure how to word that, because this is about one person and one bed.
So Chair, it's covered in the policy. As long as we're referring to the policy, that's fine. We don't need to mention it individually.
Indeed. So in the policy that you're talking about there is the SPD policy?
The SPD policy that's been adopted and in since 2012, updated in 2019.
Indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Have you got that? Juliet?
Yeah, I would just say it's absolutely, I don't know where we are within the debate at this point, but the reasons for refusal, as you have articulated them, Chairman, are that it should be refused for the increase in occupancy, which will have an adverse impact on the mix and balance of the community in the area, which obviously our mix and balance community policy is the relevant one to that, and you're also expressing concerns about the location of refuse storage in the front yard of the building in proximity to a window, again obviously with reference to our policy regarding amenity.
It's a bedroom window, which I think is the important bit.
So members, I hope everybody's we have a proposal, I beg your pardon, Councillor Smythe, we have a proposal from Councillor Smythe, first of all, to approve it, subject to a change in the condition. Has she got a seconder? There is no seconder. Okay, so now there's one proposal left, which is one I put on, done. All those in favour, please show their hands. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those against? 1, and therefore 2 abstentions. All right. That decision's made. So we now move on to 25 Battenberg Avenue, which is a retrospective...
Chair,
Yep.
Chair, can I suggest that we actually return to the Tipner Interchange proposal?
But is any prospect of Councillor Atkins showing up?
We've been going 2 hours, Chair, and I also note from the supplementary minutes that Councillor Weems is due to speak on Battenberg Avenue. I think he should be given more time. It's just you.
Where is he?
Apologies, Scott, but you're both down. But I would suggest we return to Tipner Interchanges. Frankly, more people are here to speak on that than are on Battenberg Avenue.
Is there any prospect of him coming?
Yes, indeed. I think my understanding from, and I haven't got the email here, was that he was joining us at 1 o'clock. I know that he sent some correspondence to yourself, Chair. The email's probably in here somewhere, so my position probably still remains. I think it's probably the most democratic.
Well, we had a vote earlier on, and I get the spirit of the committee, so we'll wait till 1 o'clock. We'll deal with Battenberg Avenue, and then we'll go to the Tipner one at 1 o'clock or thereabouts. Ms. Maguire.
Thank you, Chairman. So 25 Battenberg Avenue, as has been mentioned, a retrospective application for a front dormer window. So that's number 25 on the corner, as you can see there, and you can see this is retrospective. You can just about make it out in the image, the front part of the dormer window. I should explain, and you can see from the lower image, perhaps most clearly, the roof has been altered in 3 ways. The hip has been turned into a gable, a rear dormer window has been put on, and a front dormer window has been put on. Hip to gable, rear dormer window, all permitted development. The issues you criticised earlier, that creeping growth that is permitted by national legislation. The front dormer window, not permitted development. The applicants have built that without planning permission. I should stress, and I know there's been a number of representations from the applicants regarding this, that it wasn't a deliberate act. It was an error following poor advice they received from their agent at the time, I understand it. So they built this dormer without planning permission on the front. It's only that front dormer window which is seeking retrospective consent. The rest of it already covered by permitted development. They've been trying to seek this consent for a number of years since they put it in without planning permission, and they've gone through a series of alterations. So that's just an image of the, yes, you can see that, of the building before it was altered. So fairly straightforward, matching the neighbouring roof form. And as you can see, as is now, very similar to that mock-up, you just saw a gable end, a large rear dormer window, and this small front dormer window on that corner. Two previous consents, both through appeal, 2017 one and 2019 one. You can see there the 2017 one, pretty much exactly the same in design, different materials. 2019, an alternative design, putting a hip roof, both found to be unacceptable by this council when they determined it, and by the planning inspectorate. We've put some full text on there, and a lot of this text is in the report as well. As you can see, it's a visually obtrusive, it's too large in all dimensions. This would be at odds with a simple uncluttered roof form, visually dominant, discordant addition to the roof in its own right, as well as in combination with the permitted development extensions as added. So a categorical design refusal, unfortunately, from the planning inspectorate, similar to the design concerns raised by this council in their own determination. There's the three of them next to each other for comparisons, two that have been dismissed on appeal, and one that's come back in again for your consideration. Just to assist, there are a couple of other dormers in the area, which obviously the applicant has drawn to our attention, 37, a few doors down, 86 further away. These were looked at by the planning inspectorate in their most recent appeal, and I think we've covered that off in the report. I'll just draw you to the specific paragraph. Where's it gone? Paragraph 5.4, when they're referring to number 37, that top image, and based on the site inspection by the planning inspectorate, concurred again with the previous 2017 inspector, the visual problems with number 37, due to the building position and building lines, is less pronounced the property. Also noting that the inspector is not persuaded that either of these dormers, 37 and 86, make a positive contribution to the street scene and therefore shouldn't be what we're aspiring for from an urban design perspective. While certainly the planning department, the planning enforcement officer that served the necessary enforcement notices, and the planning case officer that's produced these reports has significant sympathy for these residents, as they have not set out to do anything wrong and simply looking to improve their home. They have unfortunately done it without plan permission and in a way that is clearly unacceptable from an urban design perspective, unacceptable to this council twice over, uninspectorate to the planning inspectorate twice over. There's currently an enforcement notice served, which is being appealed, and that appeal is in abeyance at the moment, looking to require the removal of the front dormer window, which would be the full extent of the alterations needed. I'll just pop up the floor plans just to explain of what it is. Where's the floor plan gone? Frustrating we don't have the floor plan, apologies, but as you can imagine, you can see from the images of the elevations there, you can see the small Velux window that serves the ensuite bathroom to that master suite. There's a single bedroom and a bathroom up there. So by removing that front dormer window, which is the requirement of the enforcement notice, not your judgment today, as I say, it's whether to grant plan permission, obviously that would reduce the size of that room. It is still an adequately sized room, still even with a lower an area of lower head height, so consequently it wouldn't render that room unoccupiable, wouldn't change the number of bedrooms or anything like that. So while we do have sympathy with the resident, we do have to look objectively at this scheme, and the personal circumstances of the resident in this circumstance is not a material planning consideration, and consequently shouldn't be given weight in the determination of the application. We need to look at the primary planning matter, urban design in this case. This bulk and dominance, visual prominence, as described by the previous inspectors, is unacceptable in this part of the street scene, and the recommendation is therefore to refuse planning permission. Chairman, for your assistance, we do have deputations from the agent and Councillor Scott Pater Harris.
We've got the agent here, Mr. Tutton.
Mr. Tutton, sorry for the wait, sir. Thank you very much indeed. If you'd like to make your deputation.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak in favour of my client's application and against the officer's negative recommendation. Battenberg Avenue is mainly comprised of two-storey semi-detached and terraced houses. It fell within Area 5 of the Urban Characterisation Study that was undertaken by your council in 2011. It was described as, and I quote, fairly regimental grid pattern where slight variations in detailing help to differentiate one street from another and add interest to the street scene. In 2017, permission was granted for a gable build-up and front dormer at 37 Battenberg Avenue, just 35 metres away to the east of number 25. The officer's report identified policy PCS 23 of the Portsmouth Plan as being central to their decision and stated, quote, given the appropriate size of the front dormer, it's considered that the proposal would be acceptable in design terms and it would relate appropriately to the recipient building and the wider street scene. The permitted gable and dormer were built out and are a positive feature of Battenberg Avenue, a key characteristic of the locality and a material consideration for similar proposals in the Hillsey ward. My clients were impressed by the change and retained architects Thorns Young to promote a similar arrangement for their own home. As the photographs, which were sent to members last week, showed, the similarity between the permitted dormer at number 37 and my client's proposal at number 25 is striking. It's surely a tenet of good public administration that a local planning authority should demonstrate consistency in the application of its adopted policies, in this case policy PCS 23. Indeed, paragraph 130 of the National Planning Policy Framework asserted in 2018 that, and I quote, where the design of a development accords with the expectations in plan policies, design should not be used by the decision maker as a valid reason to object to development. 7 households in Kernsey and Battenberg Avenues were directly notified about the submission of this application. 7 parties have recorded their support and none have objected. Public participation in planning decisions is important, but serves no useful purpose if local public opinion is simply cast aside. So members are on this occasion requested to put the officer's recommendation aside and grant permission. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Pater Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. Obviously, the application is, as you've seen the application, there's significant differences than what was on the previous one. So they've made some significant changes to the roof, for example, which I think actually are going to be key for your decision making today. So there was something that the officer said actually in the start of the report that I just want to make a note of. It was made to sound out that the applicants haven't engaged in the process all the way throughout. Well, they clearly have engaged through the process throughout because they've made significant changes to the property. And just to give a bit of context about what happened to them, they were given the advice that they had planning permission to start actually on the build. So they started the build and pretty much finished the build and were then told by the architect they didn't have planning permission. So they were left in a quandary and straight away they put their application in to get their permission. And ever since then, they've been in this ever-going cycle of trying to make this work, which is why we are here where we are today. The changes that they've made in the roof obviously are a good account of that. But I just want to make some notes on the previous refusals and some notes from the inspector, which I think are worth noting. I mean, it's in your report. It says, based on my site inspection, I concur with the previous inspector that the visual prominence of number 37, due to the building positioning and building lines, is less pronounced within the street scene than the corner appeal site. Well, I think that's open to interpretation, because you're penalising somebody for basically where their house is, despite the fact that you have a very similar, I would say, site on 37 and 25. So I think the inspector is making that point because it's on the corner, so he's applying the policy in a different way than he would if it was down the road. Now, I don't think that's fair. I think it leaves it open to challenge, and I hope you can see the reasoning behind that and ensure that that element of decision is challenged today in your deliberations. I think it's also been noted by Mr Tutton that there has been numerous representations in support from neighbours. I mean, we haven't got neighbours complaining about this build at all. They're actually saying they're quite happy with it. It fits within the street scene. They're not moaning about the character. They're not moaning about the visual appearance. They're actually saying, if anything, it shows that they support this sort of development in the property. I think there is also no residential amenity impact in the local area. I mean, it's in the report. If you look at 5.7, we're not talking about a loss of privacy. We're not talking about a sense of enclosure. We're simply talking basically about a front dormer, and that is the fundamental problem of this whole application. And that is down to you to decide. I'd like to also note that this isn't about cramming extra rooms into a HMO. This isn't about a developer trying to maximise profit from a property. This is a family home and nothing more. This is a family who are trying to maximise the site that they live on for their family to ensure that they have a safe and secure place to live. It's not a developer who's going to invest into the property and then sell it on. This is a family home. You guys have and girls, you have the committee to overturn officers' recommendations. I've seen it done before in the past when I was on this committee. I know this committee has a strength of character to do the right thing. I personally, and I say this as the ward councillor, I don't think it changes the character of the area. And I say that from an application point. I don't think it alters the street scene, and I would wish to ask the committee to overturn the officer's recommendation. However, I'll also add as a caveat, if the committee feels it cannot make the decision based on the information in front of it, I'd welcome them to actually go and do a site visit to actually look at it and actually physically see the property and make a more informed view if you feel necessary. But my first point is I'd like you to take the decision to overturn the officer's recommendation today.
All right. There being no other deputation I'm aware of. Questions, members? Councillor Norton first, and then Councillor Smith. To the officers, that is.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is along the lines of communication. So we know that, certainly in the recent years, communication with the planning department hasn't been ideal. What has the response been like with the applicants? Have they been left waiting at various times, or has there been a strong level of communication back and forward? Are we satisfied that we've responded in due course?
Yes, this is a long-running issue. The applicants have a difficult circumstance to say they were let down by their planning agent. To be absolutely clear, not their current planning agent, and we wouldn't wish to suggest that. But yeah, the applicant and the planning enforcement team have been engaged with them and heard their personal circumstances, not relevant to the consideration, as I say, unfortunately, throughout. Yes, obviously there are delays in determinations at the moment, but I'm not sure how that's relevant to your planning considerations today.
They've clearly been badly advised. They've clearly been badly advised.
This is the point I think I'm trying to get to.
Yeah. Not by the planning officers, I would have thought. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Smith.
Chair, can we just have the picture back up of number 37 so we can get that, because I just want to understand that.
Chairman, if I can provide some assistance to it. So number 37 is the middle one there. It's a very similar design of dormer window, just to help members understand that. And I'll just skip back to the image. As you can see, top bottom image there, so very similar. 37 is just round the corner on that bottom image from there because of the shape of the road. And I'll take you to the road, which I've got somewhere, I think. Yeah, so you can, unfortunately, again, 37 is just, you can see 37's dormer there, and the key distinction that the professional advice from both PINS planners and your own planners is that it's that difference of the prominence of number 25 and number 37 being tucked around that corner so it doesn't have those same views is why it's a bad dormer at 37. I'll happily say that's not one that I would necessarily wish to grant, but obviously it wasn't considered to result in significant adverse impact to warrant refusal, partly because it has limited views, I would anticipate, whereas of course this one, similar adverse impact from the poor design, but more impact because it has greater views. That would be my personal assessment of it, but it is really then comparing it, as I say, to the previous consents, which is the key issue. Those two previous appeals that have looked at the same dormer in a couple of variations to date.
All right. Thank you. That's answered my question. It was about was it around the visual, mainly around that visual impact, which you clearly answered. Thank you.
All right then. So as Councillor Peter Harris has said, I think it's bad luck for these people that they happen to sit on the end of a row of houses, because when you do look at it from the street across the roads, it creates a really heavy top to the roof. But I'm really struggling here, because you've got to have a wisdom of Solomon in these cases and apply not common sense, not the officers haven't, but they're applying policy and how it looks in the street scene, and they've given very good and sound advice. But then you've got to look at the fairness of it all, which is number 37 down the road, and I fully accept that it's laid back, so it's not so incongruous in the street scene. So at the moment I'm struggling. Any other members want to make a comment? Councillor Smythe.
I think it's significant in this application that there are no apparent complaints about overlooking or problems with neighbours or problems with anybody saying they don't accept it. And I just would like to draw members' attention back to that. There's a part of the report which talks about that.
Page 64.
Yep.
So I don't see what HMOs in the area have to do with it, but I didn't really understand that.
Because if there were serious and neighbour objections, for example, I'd feel very differently about it. There aren't neighbour objections. It seems to be quite a lot of community support and also
I think the neighbours are feeling very sorry for them. Councillor Smith.
Sorry, another question. I know they've brought a proposal in the past to soften the scheme, and I know that clients work with the council on this. There's no other thing that you could have suggested that would have softened the scheme?
I've asked exactly the same question to my team, and they've come back with, unfortunately, the same answer. The answer is no. So the middle appeal, you see there, by putting a slope on it, obviously that helps when you're looking from one direction because it helps merge it into the roof slope. The materials have changed to match the roof. That helps soften it. So it's as good as it's going to get, effectively. Really, the only way to soften the scheme is to remove the protrusion, because it's that protrusion very expressly that the planning inspectorate have found to be unacceptable on that front roof slope. As I say, well, frustration, I'm sure, that does only remove around 8 square metres of that internal room, so the resultant bedroom is still over 15 square metres, so a large bedroom, so it doesn't have a significant impact on the habitability of the space inside, which is obviously a relevant material consideration, so removing that dormer is acceptable. It will cost the applicants money, and they absolutely have my sympathy, but a couple of comments have been made around people don't object to it. That's not a reason to grant it. It has to comply with policy, and it doesn't. That's been tested twice on appeal, and we feel sorry for the individuals, and we do. Giving weight to those personal circumstances would be to make an unlawful decision to take into account a consideration that is not material in planning. So, members, I strongly urge that you don't do that, because you want to make a robust decision, and that's a key part of the consistency of decision making, which the agent himself referred to. That it is important we are consistent in our decision making. We've refused this dormer twice. The appeal inspector have refused this dormer twice. I would unfortunately have to say the consistency is to refuse it again in accordance with the very clear guidance laid out by the planning inspectorate.
I don't doubt that if this was refused, that the planning inspector would agree. But this is why we have a local planning authority. It's our job to look at this and not necessarily look at to look at fairness and about what is the sensible thing to do, not what is the black and white thing to do. The officers are telling us what the correct thing is to do. But I've got a bad feeling in my stomach about refusing it, because I think on balance it's not the right thing to do. So in my view, I would say the front dormer window, the prominence and appearance of the front dormer window within the street scene is not incongruous and so visibly obtrusive obtrusive feature that it cause unacceptable harm to the visual appearance and the character of the surrounding area. All right. Members, is anybody to second that? And when Darren Sanders got there first, sorry. Okay. Any more comments, anyone? Councillor Norton.
Yeah, no, just to make the comment that we've heard a lot about this today. You can look on Street View. I've certainly driven down there and had a look, and actually I don't buy into the fact that it's not in keeping with the appearance of the street. There was a development that we gave permission for a few years ago that I sat on, which is completely out of character for that road. There are already a number of dormers there. I don't know that it would sit comfortably with me asking a family to rip down and make changes to something that has been allowed in the vicinity. So I would certainly support a proposal to go against officers' recommendations of refusal, therefore granting permission, I guess.
All right. Well, the recommended, nobody's proposed the refusal, so we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour of granting the permission, as I set out just now, please show their hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Any abstentions or any against? One against. All right, so they have their permission. But it is a lesson, isn't it? You've got to be very careful about what you're doing. And I'd like to thank officers too for sticking up for the council's policies and the care of the street scene as well. So now we have Councillor Atkins with us. We're going to go back to the start of the agenda, which is the Park and Ride. Mr. Maguire's going to lead. Mr. Turner's making the presentation.
Chair, before we start, can we just check that Councillor Atkins doesn't have any declarations?
No declarations of interest, Chair. Thank you very much for waiting for me. I'm very grateful.
That's all right. So here we are. So it's item 1 on the reports. It's the Tipner Interchange. This is being presented by Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner, okay, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, we have an application for a transportation interchange at Tipner. Members will remember, and it's set out in the report, the previous scheme last year, which failed, and so this is a new application to address those issues and to make a fresh proposal, obviously to redevelop the existing Park and Ride facility already there.
This is an outline application with all matters reserved for the construction of a multi-storey transport hub of up to 28.5 metres height, incorporating a park and ride facility and ancillary uses of up to 840 square metres, with access from Junction 1 on the M275. The proposal is an environmental impact assessment development. Just to clarify the location of the proposal, in the northwest part of the island, adjacent to the M275, with the junction off there. The site outlined in red, the existing site, which is also the proposed site. In the middle, marked with the P, you have the existing park and ride single-storey hub building and the adjacent sheltered waiting areas. And then all around it, you have the surface level car parking. You can see to the south on Tipner Lane the two access points, the first in the sort of browny pinky colour, and then another access further along to the east. Housing in the area, you can see Range Green, I think to the southeast there, a collection of 20 or so houses facing their own little green next to the site, and further housing to the south in particular, which you can see on the left-hand side map image. And then, as the report sets out, we have planning applications and previous planning history for residential, predominantly residential development to the north and east of the site from two different developers, essentially. That's set out further in the report. There are four principal parameter plans. This one dealing with building heights. So in the darker grey is a building of up to 28.5 metres height, which is approximately 8 levels for parking multi-storey. In the southeast corner, that's slightly lower at 25.5, and then it's a little harder to make out, but in the northern corner you can make out a dotted line around the northern projection of a possible single-storey building as well.
Simon, can I ask, on that map, which of those buildings are existing and which of those are planned? Because I don't think all of those are there, are they?
No, this is purely the proposed development.
But no, sorry, not in the development area, but to the west.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, east. I'm getting them mixed up.
Sorry, I have to say, Councillor, very respectfully, would you please go through the chair?
Mr. Chair, could you...
Otherwise, everybody's going to be jumping in and throwing questions at Mr. Turner.
Mr. Chair, and as it's your ward, Mr. Chair, would you like to tell us which of those houses are built and which of them are not?
Shall I do that, Chair?
Yeah, you carry on, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, councillors. Yes, so in darker, more bold outline to the southeast is Range Green, and then more shaded, lighter annotation is the mixture of consents and existing proposals to the east, essentially. Councillor Vernon Jackson, from the two different developments proposed by Vivid, Tipner Regeneration Company 1 and Bellway Homes and Homes England, the other, there on the eastern side. The light. Not built yet, indeed. So the Vivid Tipner Regeneration consent is extant, but as we set out, is likely to expire in the next month or so. That is entirely likely to happen. And then the Bellway Homes England development is in with the local authority for decision in due course. Naturally, we're working with both developers in conjunction with this scheme to make sure they all work together. Parameter Plan 2 is land uses. That's straightforward. The purple area is the interchange, and then around it you have landscaping, in particular around the perimeters, down the east and west particularly, and then outside circulation and further parking areas. I just mentioned landscape. That sets it out a little more clearly for you. So significant areas in terms of widths and bands of landscape as existing, but also to be changed and supplemented in the event of a consent, particularly there along the western side, adjacent to the motorway, along the northern and eastern boundaries where there is proposed and existing housing, and down, of course, to the Tipner Lane frontage. It doesn't preclude landscaping in other areas as well. And then the movement parameter plan. So of course we have the motorway to the west, north to south. Coming off it and beneath it we have the slip roads and the roundabout serving this particular area. And then as one comes off the roundabout to the east, presently there are 2 site accesses into the existing park and ride. This plan shows 3. So I think the existing 2 are the western one and the eastern one, and there may be a need for a 3rd vehicular access off Titner Lane. And then in terms of pedestrians and cycles, there are some smaller light blue annotations, a couple there of access points from Titner Lane. And then on the eastern boundary, you can see properly to connect in with future residential developments. For those residents, a simple foot and cycle link through. And the same on the north as well. You can see on that oblique boundary, another pedestrian and cycle access point. Those are the 4 principal parameter plans of an outline application with all matters reserved. The next scheme shows possible design solutions. So I make the point again, this is an outline application with all matters reserved. So the development will not look like this. That is for future determination with a future reserved matters application, or indeed a full application. These are simply for completeness and illustration to show how the buildings could be arranged in terms of footprint and height, landscaping, circulation. So a couple of iterations are shown purely for illustration. Happy to come back to those if wished. And then lastly, just some site photographs. The 2 upper images I think are looking south through the site, so what you'd expect, surface parking and some landscaping on the top. The middle photograph, some more significant landscaping there on the, that's the eastern boundary existing. You can make out in the back perhaps the lower story, the lower height existing hub building and shelters. And then the bottom photograph is looking into the site from Titner Lane. So that's the western access I pointed out earlier with the browny pink tarmac. So that's the existing access point and would become one of the future proposed ones as well. So fairly brief and overlying summary for you, as it is an outline application. In due course we have some deputations, but before that we have the supplementary matters which members have looked at earlier. Thank you for taking the time. I'll just...
Sorry to interrupt. Councillor Atkins, have you got a SMAT?
No, I have not got a printed copy of the SMAT, if I could have one. Thank you.
Sounds like you've had a read, but obviously you'd like a printed copy. Has anybody got a spare one they don't need anymore that he can have? It's all right, Anna, he's being passed one now. Thank you very much. All right. Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Chairman. So with the SMAT, just to briefly go through some further consultee comments. Natural England just confirming that they need a little more time to look at some information that actually was missed on their part. We don't expect any difficulties with that, but that is reflected in the recommendation that until and unless we have their holding objection resolved, not to grant planning permission. Landscape architects setting out a number of concerns. These principally relate to the effect of the proposal on the area in terms of its scale, landscape impacts, effects on the communities, etc. This is all dealt with in the report, and many of these matters are reserved matters for future determination. But the site is already a park and ride site, and it is already an area identified for tall buildings in local documents. Hampshire Ecology just reminding us and the reader of the question mark around the ecological surveys and the dates. That's concerning Brent geese. Typically, ecological surveys after an 18-month period or so are deemed to be probably out of date. The survey we had was 23 months, so that's been looked at in a little more detail, but we don't anticipate that the movement pattern of the flying pattern of geese has changed in that period. But again, that's set out in the recommendation, not to grant permission if that's the will of the committee today, until we have that finally cleared up with the ecologist. We've got some amendments to the conditions set out in one of the appendices. An extra condition concerning the size of the supplementary land uses, and that each one should not be above 400 and 280 square metres. and we've got 3 further objections from local residents to add to the existing 4, and then 5 letters of support from various important institutions and organisations in this city, the university, the port, the football club, the hospital, and from one of the neighbouring applicants, Vivid Homes, with their general comments on support for the application. Thank you.
All right, members, there are a lot of conditions in this to look at, and each of the conditions outweighs they weigh one against the other. So I think Councillor Atkins has probably had a look online, but he's got a printed copy in front of him as well. So I'm sure he'll be reading that whilst we ask any questions. Members, we're going to go now to the deputations, and I think we go first of all with Ms. Palacio. Do you want to fire away? Thank you I'm sorry about the delay, but things need to be done fairly. All right?
So you'll all be aware that the PCC Cabinet recently approved the Portsmouth International Port Master Plan, which set out a 20-year development roadmap for the UK's largest and most successful municipal port. The port handles significant volumes of cargo and passengers every year. So pre-Brexit in 2019, pre-pandemic 2019, the port handled 3.4 million tonnes of cargo and 4.6 million passengers. The port is also a major contributor to the local and national economy, delivering £189 million economic benefit to the Portsmouth City Council area and supporting 2,420 local jobs. The port also supports indirect jobs and businesses in the shipping supply chain, contributing an estimated £390 million to the wider UK economy and supporting a further 5,590 jobs nationwide. The port is expected to support up to 4,413 local jobs in the next 10 years. 2 key master plan themes rely on the development of the transport hub. These 2 themes being resilience and security and environment and sustainability. So starting off with resilience and security, following on from the challenges set by the pandemic and Brexit, the port continues to look for opportunities to expand our port both internally and externally so we become more agile and flexible to serve our existing and future customers. Recently, the port has gained a good reputation in serving luxury, boutique and expedition cruise ships. We will continue to develop good quality infrastructure that is fit for purpose for our customers. The port passenger terminal extension will be completed in time for the 2023 cruise season and will be future-proof to add a high-level walkway and passenger boarding bridge to the cruise berth. The transport hub development plans are essential as they take into account the demand for cruise parking and the port as the port cruise calls grow. The port's aspirations are to grow the number of both turnaround and tourist cruise calls to Portsmouth year on year. The majority of turnaround calls require passenger parking, and the port's hope is to increase this type of call to approximately 150 calls in 2025-2026. At these levels, the port's own parking facilities will shortly reach capacity, resulting in the need for an extra 400 spaces at certain times of the year in 2022-2023 season, rising to as many as 1,000 spaces during periods of 2025 and 2026 and thereafter. Cruise trade not only brings income to the port, but to the city's economy as a whole, and the transport hub would play a vital role in helping the port achieve this goal. The port's plans, including the use of the transport hub, will provide the catalyst for tourism, high-quality hotels and supply chain SME growth around the city, with each call providing up to £1.5 million to the Portsmouth economy. Now moving to the environment and sustainability reasons. Environment and sustainability are priority areas for the future development of the port, which intends to be net carbon neutral by 2030 and become the UK's first zero emissions port by 2025. Over the next 12 months, the city will see regular arrivals of modern LNG cross-channel ferries, replacing the older standard fuel vessels. The new arrivals will reduce carbon emissions by 20% and reduce pollution, that's SOx and NOx particulates, by 90%. The port's master plan will also see the development of an out-of-town freight storage and HGV holding facility before arrival at the port. This allows the spread of freight arrivals to avoid impacting on city centre traffic. The port is committed to build on achievements to date with our sustainable goals and are determined to show that the port is able to lead the way on environmental standards. The port will continue to support and work with the city, our customers and stakeholders to pursue the same green ambitions in the future. The transport hub clearly supports improvements to air quality and sustainable transport around the city. The Portsmouth Transport Strategy supports the Portsmouth Port and proposed park and ride improvements. Policy N, protect the main road network and maintain access to the port, naval base, Portsmouth and other key industry, business and retail sites, recognises Portsmouth International Port as an international gateway and the importance of the transport network in supporting its ongoing success. The transport hub would provide a high-class transport option, helping to reduce pollution and congestion along the M275. As referenced in Policy D, expand Portsmouth Park and Ride to create a transport hub to reduce pollution and congestion in the city and increase transport choices. The expanded Park and Ride site would link in with the new proposed walking and cycling network for the city and would also be likely to include services for bike and e-bike rental, all of which would support the port and the efficient and sustainable travel of those travelling to the site from outside the city, including visitors and staff. As the port develops, creating more local jobs, the university expands, increasing student population, and the city welcomes more residents, the development of a transport hub to support these is essential. Therefore, Portsmouth International Port supports this application. Thank you.
All right then, Abby Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. Portsmouth's transport vision is to ensure we have a people-centred, connected travel network that prioritises walking, cycling and public transport to help deliver a safer, healthier and more prosperous city. The expansion of Portsmouth Park and Ride to create a transport hub is critical to deliver this vision, reducing pollution and congestion in the city and increasing transport choices. The transport hub proposed in this application will improve quality of life of all our residents by enabling smarter and more sustainable travel options, which will help reduce congestion and support ongoing reductions in air pollution. This will significantly improve air quality in the city's clean air zone that began operation in November 2021. Tackling air pollution and moving towards net zero are key priorities for the Council. Portsmouth is a densely populated city and this will increase as we actively seek to redevelop by increasing housing, employment and leisure facilities within the city centre. With this pattern of growth will come mobility issues, with increased journey times and significant pressure on our transport infrastructure if nothing is done. Providing a modern transport facility supporting the switch to sustainable travel is therefore vital, and now is an opportune time to address our transport challenges, encouraging behavioural change and to move towards a greener and more sustainable transport network. This application will facilitate this. Ideally located, the transport hub will be able to support many existing Portsmouth businesses transition to a greener future. Support has been received from the likes of Portsmouth Football Club, QA Hospital, University and Vivid Homes, all of whom are looking to promote alternative modes of travel for employers and visitors. The development proposal put forward in this application is critical to supporting growth and regeneration, enabling more effective management and use of city centre parking in an area of air quality exceedance, alongside supporting the transformation of public transport to enable behaviour change in the city. It will also provide advanced infrastructure to encourage future investment within the Tipner area, generating revenue streams and wider prosperity across the city. The Park and Ride provides a direct, reliable and affordable alternative to driving into the city centre by car, and its expansion and the creation of a transport hub will provide new and enhanced onward travel options both to the city centre and other key destinations. As well as Park and Ride and bus services, the transport hub will link in with the new proposed walking and cycling network for the city, including services for bikes and scooter rental. And there's potential opportunities for micro-consolidation services and e-cargo bike provision for last mile deliveries and other services such as EV charging. Following reviews of the previous plan application, we have responded positively. Expertise was sought from urban design and specialist architects to review the site and find a solution that both met the aspirations of the development and responded to the reasons for refusal, height and demand. This is an outline application. All details, including appearance, landscape and layout, will be addressed at a future date under reserved matters application that will also come before the committee and follow public and stakeholder engagement throughout the design process. The Council undertook massing studies to identify the minimum envelope that would be required to deliver a capacity of 2,650 parking spaces in order to reduce the height of the proposed development. Additional transport-related amenities and facilities were then added as appropriate to ensure that aspiration to deliver a high-quality transport hub were met, providing flexibility and the opportunity for double height on the ground floor. As you have seen from the application drawings and reports, this resulted in two potential scenarios for how multi-storey car parking could be configured, with both scenarios resulting in a reduction in the overall building height of approximately 2 metres in the north of the site and 5 metres in the south-east. The parameter plans you asked to approve today establish the maximum building envelope and will offer the potential to break the mass of the building up into a number of smaller volumes, creating visual gaps across the site and space for new planting, whilst also providing good access and circulation for drivers. Planting, landscaping, cladding, artwork and materials have been discussed with members during the design process to date, and the parameter plan ensure we will have enough space around and between the buildings to optimise these features. To ensure maximum flexibility, a parameter plan was developed that would enable either scenario or a combination of these to be delivered. The key area of concern from the previous application, height, would be controlled through the parameter plan, which you have before you for approval, along with the maximum building footprint. To minimise impacts on the surrounding area, the vehicular access strategy seeks to retain access from Tipler Lane, whilst opportunities for non-vehicular linkages to neighbouring future development sites have also been considered and maximised. A provisional demand model was developed to identify what bus facilities would be required to meet future demand. This demand model was reviewed with stakeholders, including members, officers and our transport operators, working closely with our transport team to ensure that the parameter plan allows space for additional bus stops and stands serving new routes for the future. It is acknowledged that not everybody will use a transport hub, and this has been factored in accordingly. It is anticipated that as regeneration across the city comes forth, demand for the transport hub will rise, and therefore a phased approach and delivery will be required with which this proposal provides. The reduction of car parking within the city and pressure on parking elsewhere will generate a rise in sustainable travel options that the transport hub will be able to meet. South Sea on-street parking has already been removed, and with the increasing visitors reflected in the success of PR3, it is expected that demand will continue to rise as the seafront master plan is implemented. The transport hub will therefore provide car parking facilities for tourists and families to explore the surrounding areas. Events draw significant revenue into the city, and parking is under pressure over the summer months, with demands for parking being accelerated with ongoing redevelopment at Fratton Park. Infrastructure improvements to facilitate access to the stadium and along key transformation routes must therefore be considered. A key and significant consideration in development of the proposals has been meeting the aspirations of the port, and as such facilities have been embedded with the design to allow for an element of both valet and non-valet parking that could operate with a shuttle or concierge, much like airport parking. Local businesses will benefit, and we should work with key stakeholders such as Gulmore Quays, MOD, University, QA Hospital and the Naval Base to support travel planning into the city. As well as park and ride services accessing the city centre, we will seek to extend operating hours to meet demands and services to key attractions, including investigating demand for a new park and ride site to the east of the city. Provision for residents can be provided both locally and for the strategic sites, with opportunity for motorhomes and vans which congest many of the streets within the city to have a safe and secure place to park that are supporting the CAS initiatives. The proposals are fully supported by demand modelling and the evidence used to develop and adopt Portsmouth's transport strategy, adopted in October last year, which identifies a park and ride with 2,650 spaces on this site. The Transport Hub aims to improve connectivity through providing a seamless service, bringing together public transport services, as well as providing information and other enhanced facilities to attract and benefit the traveller. The proposals are in line with adopted planning policies and have been designed taking on board the concerns raised in respect of the previous refusal. The Transport Hub will provide a high-quality proposal on facilities, sustainable travel and development within Portsmouth, and I therefore invite the Planning Committee to support these proposals and grant planning permission.
Councillor Stagg, thank you for waiting.
I shall be briefer, Chair. Let me clarify that this proposal isn't just about an extended park and ride, but it's about the creation of a transport hub, which is a place where passengers and freight are exchanged between vehicles and or between different modes of transport. A transport hub is important because it integrates the public transport network and provides a much more seamless travel experience. One of the objections to the scheme is that there isn't the demand. There is the demand, as you heard, I think, from Ian from the port, but there's also the need. And I think the two go together, but they are separate. We've got a plan for the future, not just for now. Over 40,000 vehicles come into Portsmouth every day along the M275, and they also go out again at the end of the day. Now, they produce toxic emissions and consequently serious air pollution, contributing to over 100 deaths each year directly linked to NO2, plus serious respiratory problems such as asthma and COPD, life-changing and life-limiting diseases. And the number of cars on our roads increases every year, so the amount of pollution increases every year, even though the quality of cars and the emissions is improving. Removing even some of those vehicles, mainly cars, will help reduce that air pollution and therefore help give our residents healthier outcomes. Many of our businesses and organisations are developing workplace travel plans, and many are reducing their car parking provision. Queen Alexandra Hospital is an example of that in the university. So giving staff who have to travel long distances an alternative to workplace parking is very much welcomed. Visitors to Gunwharf Quays also frequently experience traffic congestion, particularly weekends and also in the holidays. And therefore there is increased air pollution there as well. Being able to park your car at the transport hub and travel in comfort by bus for only £4 per day, which is much cheaper than paying parking fees, is a very welcome alternative. And again, that reduces congestion and air pollution. You all heard Mike Salazar's presentation last week and also Ian's today on plans for the port, which includes increasing the number of cruise ships. These ships create more jobs at the port. They supply, they buy their supplies in the city. Passengers spend money in the city visiting our amazing historic attractions. I mean, so close, the historic dockyard is so very close, and in our shops. But those passengers need to be able to park when they reach Portsmouth, and the port would like at least 1,000 parking spaces eventually in the transport hub, which is so close to the cruise terminal. So this hub would be supporting the port, and the port in turn would be supporting and is supporting the city, its economy and jobs. Regeneration plans for the city centre north include a beautiful park, open space, plus new modern shops and entertainment and cultural centres. How much nicer would that be without cars being driven around while you're enjoying yourself sitting in the park, polluting the atmosphere and creating noise? Instead, clean, quiet electric buses could bring in visitors and shoppers from the transport hub. So this transport hub will help support the regrowth of business in the city centre. It also will have solar panels, so the electricity that will be generated there will come from the solar panels. But as I've already said, the transport hub isn't just about cars. Visitors will be able to hire cycles, ordinary pedal cycles and electric cycles and e-scooters, so the official legal trial ones. They can also charge their electric or hybrid cars, even rent space and facilities, something that perhaps not many people have thought about, for their holiday motorhomes there, instead of parking on our already crowded roads. We have major problems with them around the seafront. The hub would also be a centre for other public transport vehicles, such as local buses and taxis. People could also maybe have small repairs done to them. If their tyre has gone or something like that, there'd be facilities there. One of the most exciting possibilities for me, and this is looking into the future, is having a micro-freight distribution centre, whereby large lorries would offload their cargo onto e-cargo bikes or electric vans for final delivery, the last mile as it's called. This would mean taking some of those huge lorries, those huge polluting lorries, off our narrow congested roads, which I'm sure all of us would welcome. So the transport hub would support the port, support the new retail and cultural areas, which is about to be regenerated, support many of our major employers and contribute to cleaner air and getting rid of the clean air zone, which Gerald would be really happy about. So it's a win-win situation. But let me help alleviate any concerns you may have about the appearance of the hub. I personally don't like stark, large, featureless buildings, just the same as most of you. But let's face it, you can't accommodate all that we need to accommodate in a small, pretty building on a small, congested island where there is so much competition for land. So we have to do our best with what we have. But that doesn't mean it can't look good. And this is where the environment comes in, because we could, for example, quite easily use recycled water to have plants on every level, on every floor, and that means self-watering of the plants, lower maintenance, and less time spent in it. There would also be green walls, so you have the plants climbing up the walls as well as plants hanging down from the ledges, and trees and shrubs and flowers outside, so that it looks not just aesthetically pleasing, but that vegetation will take in carbon dioxide and give out oxygen and trap particulates, so it will help give us cleaner air, very important throughout the city, but even more so on a busy motorway. So in conclusion, this help, and I'm repeating myself here, but I don't care, I want to get the message across. This club will reduce the amount of traffic going into and through our city, so cutting down on congestion and air pollution, and therefore leading to cleaner air and better health outcomes for Portsmouth residents. It will enable and support the economic success of the port and help create new jobs there, support local businesses, support the redevelopment of the city centre, enable the growth of other modes of transport and freight distribution. So please, let's be ambitious and plan for the future of the city, not just for today, and approve the proposal, which is only an outline plan right now, as has been said, which all of you can then contribute to the details of what goes inside. And I would like to see that happen, the contributions from everybody involved in the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Staggs. Mr. Turner, could you just remind us what would be in the reserved matters which aren't being looked at today?
Chair, point of order on that exact point. I had glanced through the conditions this morning, but I hadn't updated myself on the new submissions there have been. And I noticed that the University of Portsmouth has submitted a letter directly in support of this application. The University of Portsmouth is my employer, so I can take advice on an interest I might have in regards to that. Now, clearly, from my point of view, my employer is my pecuniary employer, but I don't know whether or not it's pecuniary.
I think you do. So, Mrs. Gill.
Yeah.
Ms. Gill. Yeah. Well, just hang on a minute. Pop outside. 5 minutes. So we have to suspend the meeting. So sorry, members. Just get this straight.
I'm sorry, Chair, especially having waited.
Yeah, that's very kind of you. Thank you very much.
I only
indeed.
came in yesterday.
Yeah.
Chair, ready when you are. Thank you.
All right then, what's the outcome, Councillor Atkins?
Having taken further advice, it's declaring it as a personal interest only. It's not the university's application. I'm employed by the university, but I'm not required in any way by my position to share their views, and I've had no contact anywhere at the university on this issue. So my views are my own on this issue. So I don't feel I'm prejudiced and can continue with the meeting.
All right, thank you very much for bringing it to our attention. Okay, Mr. Gill?
Chair.
So, Councillor Vernon Jackson, he feels he has to make a view known. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
So, Chair, having heard the presentation and the deputations, I'm conscious that my portfolio includes the port, and I think I need to be really careful. I think it's a judgment call about whether I should stay or not, because I think I've got a completely open mind about this. But this is my portfolio, and the port is my portfolio, not transport, and so I have a concern. My feeling is that I shouldn't, but I'm happy to be directed.
All right.
I've got the same thing, Chair.
Because you're on the board.
I'm on the Port Advisory Board.
All right.
It's not the decision-making. No, personally, I hadn't thought that it would be a declarable interest at all. I've come to this very open-minded, and I don't have a pecuniary interest of any sort. And it is only an advisory board. It's not a decision-making board as such, which is different.
Well, we did hear, Ms. Gill, but the increased economic benefit to the poor and the city is quite a lot. So is that an overwhelming point in this matter for these two to consider? I'm sorry, if you could speak with the microphone on there.
Sorry, I believe that I'm not on exactly the same category as Gerald in this. I'm on the Port Advisory Board, whereas Gerald is the director of the board.
Chair,
is that right, Gerald?
Thank you.
Can I speak individually to?
Yes,
to both
indeed.
of them?
If you'd like both go outside.
Shall I'll deal.
So I think it's important that this is done in an open, transparent way. So I'm quite happy to have this discussion recorded, because I think it's really important. So I think Judith is right. I think we are slightly different because mine's a decision-making position and Judith's is an advisory position, which I think is different. This is clearly a transport project, but one of the justifications for it is the support that it will give the port.
And indeed the city. So,
Yes, or maybe.
quite frankly, we could all be excused. Let's go outside. I'll suspend the meeting now. And it's all right. No, it's a really fair point. I'll suspend the meeting now, adjourn the meeting now, and Ms. Gill can give you both advice. All right, it's an important application.
Strangely, none of this happens. I don't know why.
You didn't say which day.
I know, exactly.
You're having this funny because you've got an H&R application. 6 hours. Was that the reason you didn't want to turn it over? No.
Members, just be aware that even though everything appears dead, it isn't. All of our conversation can be heard online right now, so
Mr. Chairman, I have taken the advice of our good lawyer, and I need to tell you I have a personal but non-prejudicial interest, and therefore, unfortunately, I can stay.
and also just to remind everyone that whilst the meetings are adjourned, our microphones remain quite live and things can be heard online. So,
Sorry.
No, it's all right. Apparently something humorous was said, but I have no idea what it is. I have no idea at all. Anyway, there we are. I'm sure we'll find out in due course. So we've done the presentation, we've got the interests out of the way, and so we're now going to go to questions. And the question I asked is, what are the issues in the reserved matters that we will not... What are the issues in the reserved matters, Mr. Turner?
There can be up to 5 reserved matters reserved, and they have done that. The application proposes all 5 matters are reserved. They are access, layout, scale, appearance and landscape. Those are listed on the first page at the bottom there of the report and dealt with in more detail in the report from page 16 onwards. And then the parameter plans obviously deal with those exactly same points in terms of parameters for scale, for layout, for access and landscape in particular.
So it's very clear that any appearance that we wish to describe, or anybody wants to describe, is not set in stone here today. It is the height of the scale, the massing of the building, the outline planning permission. All right. Councillor Smith, then Councillor Atkins.
Chair, on that point, at the last meeting on this subject, there was some artist impressions or some drawings that showed the scale and the mass. Can we see that? Have we got them for this time round?
We don't have them for this meeting, as far as I'm aware. Any other questions? Okay, sorry, Councillor Atkins.
Yeah, thank you. So, of interest to me in the conditions this time around is the phasing plan. Can you explain a bit more how that's likely to work or what it looks like? What are you expecting to impose by conditions requiring a phasing plan and strategy for this development?
Thank you, Councillor. As with any fairly significant development, phasing, it needs to be thought about how during construction and operation it will work without undue impacts in terms of neighbours in the area, noise, obviously for the roads, traffic construction, traffic coming and going, management of that, and within the site, managing and maintaining a park and ride and transport interchange during the construction is clearly really important. We don't want not to have that facility during the construction. So the report talks about how that will be managed and a minimum amount of parking maintained during construction. So that's pretty complex, as you can imagine, hence the request for a condition to make sure that is fully worked up and fully agreed, in particular with the Transportation Department.
Thank you. So it's not going to be any kind of requirement that the development be built in stages. It could still be built as one building in one go, essentially.
I think we probably will need it built in phases. I'm sure that's needed in order to, as I say, to properly manage the effects on the surrounding road network and the neighbours. So that is what we do anticipate, Councillor, and indeed to make sure that the retained facility operates correctly. So yes.
All right, Councillor Smith. Sorry, no, Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, Lee. Simon, so please confirm there's an entire section called consideration of matters for consideration at a later date in the report. What you're saying is that those can't be considered today as they're part of the reserved matters application. Is that correct?
Not entirely. We've got the 4 parameter plans, which I can go through for you. So in the order they're here, for example, building heights, we've set some maximum, or that the applicant has proposed some maximum building heights, so that is a parameter. So you've got an idea of scale, maximum scale of the building, that's set out there in the, if we could have it up please, Anna.
28.5 metres, wasn't it?
28.5 metres for the main body of the building, thank you, in the darker grey, 25.5 in the southeast corner there, Councillor. So although this is common in outline applications, and thank you for asking, although the matter is reserved for final consideration, we've got some maximum parameters. So we're saying, the applicant is saying they'd like a planning permission for a transport interchange. In terms of scale, that's reserved, but we're proposing it to be no taller than the parameters we've just described, 28.5 and 25.5 metres. The same with the building envelope, i.e. the layout of the site. It's a reserved matter, but there's the land use, which shows where the building would be confined to within those lines, and similarly for landscape. Whoops. As well. So that's the reserved matter of layout. So it's common in a outline application to have some of the details and some parameters set, although there is final reserved matters details to come. And then with respect to access, movement, again, you've got 3 points shown for vehicular access. Final details would be reserved, but that's the indication and that's the parameter, including also the blue sites, access points for pedestrians and cyclists. So it's a bit of both, if you like. Some clear parameters set, but with matters fully reserved.
Right, thank you. The only other question I had is a relatively pedantic one. Lynn has talked about a micro-freight distribution centre, which I've got, but in paragraph 3.11 it talks about a consolidation centre. I know what consolidation and what centre is. I've got no idea what is put together. What does that actually mean, and have you been told what that envisages?
I asked the same question, Councillor. I'm not entirely sure, I'm sorry. What it would be is small. I suspect it would be connected in some way with the general the other facilities that Councillor Stagg mentioned, for example. It's not just park and ride for buses and cars. We've got the range of other sorts of facilities, things like car maintenance, bus maintenance, cycles and that sort of thing. I don't have a specific answer for you there, Councillor. Full details will be coming in.
With your indulgence, Chair, happy to get anyone else to actually answer that.
All right, Abby, what is a consolidation centre? It sounds like a storeroom to me.
One of the things we've been discussing with stakeholders and members to date is about microfinance consolidation and supporting the last mile. So whether that could be a small opportunity for vans to come and deliver and then do pickups, for local people to again have a pick-up point for local deliveries, and to support with e-cargo bikes and electric vans as well into the city centre.
All right. Is that okay, Councillor Sanders, rather?
Could we ask her to speak a little slower and a little clearer next time, please?
All you've got to do is get closer to the mic. I can hear because I've got these lovely things in my ears. I can hear everything, but some of the others clearly can't. Just need to get nearer to the mic, that's all, and boom, across the chamber, okay? Is this your first deputation to the council? So yes, I understand, it's all right. We've all got to do it sometime. Okay, Councillor Sanders, anything else? Yes, Councillor New.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, it's good to see the application has come back and that they've taken on board lots of the things that I think we had shared concerns with. And I'm definitely was pleased to read about the reduction in the scale and size. And I think it's important, actually. I suppose really my question mainly is around the types of material and the final design, which I'm guessing will come back to the planning committee at a later point. One of the concerns that I certainly had is, as I just said to Councillor Vernon Jackson earlier, without kind of taking too much of a pop at the tricorn, the concrete design and the step design it just didn't seem very palatable, especially for that local area, and with it being the gateway to the city, Chair. And so hopefully, well, I suppose I'm hopeful that we will see a high quality design with great looking materials to service the gateway to Portsmouth, and also I'm acutely aware of that we do need to have a development here for the park and ride site in order to expand our aspirations, not only for the port but the levelling up agenda. The whole thing is kind of symbiotic in a way, isn't it, to get the city where we all want it to be. And so while I do still have quite a few concerns, I'm sure colleagues will do, around things, especially some of the comments that have been made by some of the external agencies. It's a shame really, I suppose, that we couldn't have more information, or that there were more wider deputations from those organisations to come and present to us as members of the committee, but I guess it is what it is. And I do take the point that we are actually only deciding outline and permission. Yeah, really my questions through you, Chair, to the officer is just, do you know roughly what timescale we'll be looking at a detailed design to come back to the committee?
Thank you, Councillor, for your comments on design and so on. Yes, reserved matter, and yes, we will be looking for a good quality development, of course, at this gateway location. You're right. I don't have a timescale, I'm afraid. I'm not aware.
I think it's 2023 they're looking to start, if I read the report correctly. Abby, would you like to comment on that, just to get yourself used to it?
Thank you. In terms of looking at the reserved matters, we're wanting to go through a stakeholder and consultation process, working very closely with local residents and obviously members and ward members and our key.
Sorry, I'm old and deaf. Could we go at half the speed and then I'll have a chance of hearing?
So, in terms of going through reserved matters and the feasibility and detailed design, what we'd like to do is go through appropriate consultation process with local residents, first and foremost. I think it's really important, and also with members and key stakeholders within local businesses within the city. So we'd walk through that process. We want to be able to define and understand clearly what we want to have in the transport hub. That's integral for the design and the purpose of the building and for the facilities that need to be included within there. And also in terms of timescales, we're looking at September time probably to start to look at reserved matters, so we can go through that process competently and with the relevant time.
Are you going to be leading on that, Abby?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Smythe, we're still in questions, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Atkins.
No, mine's a comment.
So, Councillor Atkins, we're in question still.
I have to say, Chair, when I kind of looked across this report, I felt sounded like the building has come down in height roughly 8 metres or so, or thereabouts. Other than that, there didn't seem to me a great deal different in the report, apart from further justification, if you like, of the case for having a large transport hub. There didn't seem to be anything else.
It's a question.
Yeah.
What else is in the report?
What else is different in the report apart from 8 metres difference in height and the removal of quite a large amount of information, such as the specific design and the access matters we were asked to consider last time? It seemed to me we were given rather less information, not more, personally.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, the previous application was up to 35 metres AOD. This one is 28.5 metres above ground level. I think one of the issues was a concern about need and amenities. So we hope the application has addressed those in more detail. The applicant does, and officers believe it has. We hope by showing some different iterations of Councillor Smith, we didn't have the 3Ds you asked for from previously, or the visuals, but we've got these different ones that are showing how the development might be achieved within the parameters in front of you. And then back, Councillor, to the question about need, which isn't a necessity. It's not required to justify the development in planning terms, but nevertheless, of course, for completeness, the applicant has wished to set out the benefits of the scheme, which is a planning consideration, and they're set out in front of you, and we think that's been done thoroughly now. The report takes you through all the sorts of benefits to the economy that have been talked about today already for transportation terms, even effects into the city centre in terms of releasing land currently used for parking that may come forward with housing and other business use and so on. So the applicant has made further efforts to try and justify and explain the proposals, I think, building on last time.
All right, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. There's been several references in the report, lots of, and said today about air quality, air pollution levels, how it will improve the health of Portsmouth's people and residents living a healthier lifestyle, which is all really, really good. My question really is about what will be the impact. I'd like to understand what's been done about what's going to happen to the quality of the air around the people and those people living around the new hub. What will be the impact on them with all of that massing of cars and things and diesel vehicles, etc. in those areas? What will happen to the local residents and the new developments that are there? What work's been done on that?
Thank you, Councillor. You're making the distinction that rather than vehicles driving past, they'll come into the site. Yeah. Okay, well, I suppose that's multifaceted and a bit complex, depending on what vehicles they're driving now compared to later, as we move away from petrol and diesel to electric and so on. Indeed, also the buses, what fuel they run on and so on. I'm not sure, I don't think I've seen detailed studies to that degree of detail on the residents. I know that air pollution is very localised at the street level, and the nearest residents here on Range Green are just a bit detached to the east, as you can see, perhaps sufficiently detached that the very localised air pollution from this development may not reach them. I'm speculating, but that's my possible view. I think it's more in the round, of course, the benefits to the city in terms of air quality, carbon matters, general sustainability are very, very clear. This development is not necessary for the city to meet its air quality standards, that's set out in the report, but it will nevertheless contribute towards that purpose, of course, as well as improving health more generally. So I think any increase in traffic locally, I dare say, is going to have limited effect on any residents immediately here, whereas the benefits in currently congested areas will be, with people backing right onto streets, will be more significant.
Yeah, well, I totally understand the point about the city. I've got no question about that at all. I think that's absolutely right. I think that's great. But it's just lots of talk about air quality and that, and the city's going to benefit overall, definitely can't argue with that, but it's those people that live around that area and those people that will live there in the future with the development. I understand the vehicles might get better, but what you're telling me is no research has been done on that at this stage.
I'm not aware of any, Councillor. Again, I think it's a judgment if there's no such research on cars passing past at certain speeds on the motorway and those coming into the development and the differences that may exist between those.
I think we could ask for a condition. I'd be very happy to put a condition in, looking for that assessment, for want of a better word. We could have put a condition 20 on, similar to the other conditions in the back. You've got condition 15 prior to the first use of development. This is aimed at the design. It talks about sustainable design principles and climate change adaptation measures being incorporated in the design. So, we might be able to look at it in there. All right, but we can always add a specific condition if that's what the committee wants, and I think that would be all right. Mrs. Gill?
As I understand it, Chair, the air quality, there's details of the air quality in the EIA assessment.
Okay, so there you are. You've got an answer now. Very good. Thank you very much indeed. Who was it now? I saw Councillor Atkins' hand go up, then Councillor Smythe. Sorry. Before you go, Councillor Norton had a question. I beg your pardon.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question is around the supplementary matters here and the comments that were made. So 2 questions on that, if I may. One is, how long were the consultees given to respond? And secondly, how confident are we? There are 12 that haven't given a response yet. How confident are we that if they were given more time, that we would receive a response from those?
Thank you, Councillor. It's the normal 21 days sent out to consultees. Many manage to achieve that happily within 21 days. Others require more time, depending on their own circumstances. We wouldn't want to bring any application to committee for decision if we felt there was an important consultee response not yet received. For example, the Local Highways Authority. So we're not saying that the ones who haven't replied aren't important to a degree, but not fundamental in order to withhold making a decision on the application. Some of them might be covered by other consultees at the same time. For example, the RSPB looking at birds and so on. Natural England have some overlap there, and our ecologist and so on. The port as well, of course, might overlap to some degree with other elements of navigation and shipping. So we wouldn't want to bring something if we felt there was a difficulty.
So, for example, in the bold in the SMATs, the Natural England have since sent something in, as you've seen that, and so to others. I don't doubt that we won't want to ignore them if they send something in subsequently. There's a long way to go yet if it gets through today, regardless. There's a lot of conditions as well, which cover a lot of the concerns that are being raised so far. So we've got Councillor Smythe and Councillor Atkins.
My question is one, this has come to us because it's a large development, but also because it's the City Council developing it. When it refers to the Head of Development Management, presumably you're talking about the Senior Qualified Planning Officer or team, rather than, which I just may not be absolutely familiar with the detail of people's titles. It clearly can't be the development arm of the City Council giving approval to their own development. Is that right?
That's entirely correct. So the Head of Development Management is part of the Local Planning Authority, as Mr. Ekeledo.
Thank you.
Councillor Atkins now.
Thanks very much. To what extent should we be continuing to look at the be looking at the tall buildings SPD at all in this application, or is that only really become relevant when we have an actual design? Because it feels like some of the things pulled out, like the suggestion of what it'll look like in its surroundings and the view of the city as you go in, which are requirements of an application for a tall building in the SPD, have actually been taken out. But maybe until we have a design, we couldn't have such a thing anyway. It seems like there's not much that would addresses the points in the SPD on tall buildings in this application, but is that because it's an outline application?
Thank you, Councillor. I think the starting point is it a location that's identified for a tall building? Yes, it is, as set out in the report. So that's the fundamental point. And then, although that document, policy document, may go on to talk about design, detailed design, clearly, I think you've answered your own question, really. That appearance and scale and layout, the combination of factors modelling the building and its appearance are reserved matters. So we're establishing that this is a location that's appropriate for a tall building, hence recommending planning consent at this stage, but then all the details and the importance of design and materials and modelling and height will be up for future consideration by this committee.
Indeed, and of course within the report, I don't doubt you've read it, it talks about the taller buildings at Tipner West and Calm, so this will be part of a greater scenario of taller buildings, and even, we don't know what's going to come at Tipner East yet, that's to be seen, but we know we've got to build 17,700 more homes, and the only way is up in this city, but we won't go too far down that track. Any more, Councillor Atkins?
Sorry to kind of keep labouring this point, but I guess a part of what I'm struggling with is I don't like very much the fact this application is being brought as a separate, in principle, from design, because I'm finding it very hard to separate the two, I'll be honest, in this case. Is it ever possible to bring an application like this as one single application rather than establishing the principle first and then the design? Or is that really the only way you can do in a large application like this? Because I just find it very difficult, if you read things like the Tall Buildings SPD, to separate how the building is going to look within the cityscape from the principle of design, which is, do we want a building of this size on that location? I think the two are so intimately related with tall buildings, and that's even how the SPD reads, it's very hard to separate the two. And I'd like some guidance on how you're asking me to do that, really.
Well, it's entirely common for large applications to come in outline, but also sometimes smaller applications. Someone just wants to establish whether or not they can have, for example, 2 new dwellings in a gap in the residential area. They may decide, rather than spending a lot of time and money on a full application, they may just want to establish the principle, and then, having established the principle, if they're successful, then moving on to how those 2 dwellings could be arranged on the site, layout, appearance, landscaping, height, etc. So I suppose that same principle is scaled up here. It's pretty common on application sites. There could be a full application, but I'm aware that there's an awful lot of work still to be done on a major, complex and really significant scheme. So I think it's quite understandable for an applicant to want to establish the principle first, to then be able to move on with confidence into the time and resource spent to work up a detailed scheme. Then to try and answer the second half of your question, if you like, Councillor, you could have a much smaller building than this, and like or not like its appearance at a later stage, or a large building like this, and like or not like its appearance. So it's in the committee's gift at a later stage, having established the parameters here. If you still don't like the appearance of it, because that is a reserved matters, then you'll be able to say so, should we come to that point.
All right then. Okay, I have a one question. On page 26 or page 48, whichever you like, in condition 5. Got it? So it talks about no development will take place until an assessment on the potential for noise from development, etc. Is that ongoing? Is that the development into the future, or is that just about the works that might happen, or is this actually about the development itself, the plant, the machinery and so on, impacting nearby homes which are already there, say at Osier Close, Range Green, and the envisaged homes to the north?
I think, Councillor, it's principally aimed at the operational development,
Yeah.
so the long-term effect of how that site would work and affect local residents. Construction noise isn't discounted, though, and we've got the construction management plan where the list of measures would help control.
That's what I was asking.
Regulations for that.
It's the long term. Thank you. That's very helpful. I've moved the officer's report. I've moved the officer's report. Councillor Vernon Jackson has seconded it, and I think this is much better than last time. I'm comforted by condition 5, which looks at the impact ongoing of residential amenities, particularly Osier Close and Range Green, and the proposed new homes to the northeast. So there is much more information. The great need has been shown. We've heard about the importance of this to the city's future, improved future for the city's economy. So it has a lot going for it. We'll be looking at the design, which concerns some members, but this is not about the design today, it's about the principle. We have got to get on top of the pollution in our city, the NO2. We also heard that we're going to be receiving ships that may be reducing their pollution by about 20% and 90% around the NO2, I think you said, Ms. Palaccio. So that will have a beneficial impact for people living nearby in any event. So altogether, moving forward. So there you are. I've moved it. It's been seconded. Councillor Sanders wanted to say something. Councillor Vernon Jackson is next.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is important. And Lynn has dealt a lot with the stuff about the transport issues, but I think it does give a real opportunity, because it seems to serve lots of different things, not only to park and ride, but it does give us the chance to be able to persuade people coming into the city, people like Amazon and other people like that, who are coming in with lorries, etc., to break them into smaller units, but preferably electric, so non-polluting, and I think it has huge benefits for that. The bit I particularly wanted to draw attention to was the port stuff, because we all voted unanimously last week in favour of the Port Master Plan. The Port Master Plan is really important in terms of driving wealth in the city and driving job creation in this city. The bit of this that is really important for the cruise industry is being able to get turnarounds here. Visiting ships are great because they go to the historic dockyard, etc., but turnarounds mean that people stay. And that's very, very important for the local economy. If you've got a ship with 1,000 people on it, a proportion will stay the day before, the day after, and that's a huge amount of money coming into local hotels, restaurants, etc. Different cruise companies operate different models. Some cruise operators operate a model where there are taxis that people bring people in from all over the country. Others have got large numbers of foreign visitors, and Vikings seem to have almost exclusively very, very rich Americans who don't drive from America and therefore don't need to leave a car, surprisingly. But there are others that do different things. So we have Virgin, there's so many different cruise companies wanting to operate out of Portsmouth. I get confused at times, but it's really good. But Virgin and others, people do drive. And we last summer, we had cruise ships coming here who were operating at maybe 50% capacity. And they needed a lot of spaces. From this year onwards, they're going to be operating at a higher capacity, and they're going to need more. So it seems to me we have to find somewhere where we can do parking for people who are coming to go on a cruise from Portsmouth. So I think it's hugely important. And if not here, my question is where? The worst option is not to provide anything, at which point people will try to park on streets around the north of the city, which I don't think anybody wants to happen. So sorry, I've not promoted, so that's next year, Lee. So, Chair, I think this is an important thing to do. Actually, I prefer doing this in two bits, where we establish the principle first, and if the principle is all right, we can then work through the detail of what it's going to be like second. So I think this is what quite often happens with major applications, and let's be frank, this is a major application. So I'm happy to second this. I think it's the right thing to do, and I think the future of the port, if we're serious about it, and if we all voted in this chamber a week ago that we were, if we are serious about it, when push comes to shove, we need to be supporting the port, and they have been very clear of what their needs are. So I think this is the right thing to do, and I'm very happy that it's come forward. Thank you, Chair, or Lord Mayor.
Councillor Sanders.
I'll just call you Lee rather than Lord Mayor, if that's all right. Just backing up what Gerald is saying, I was very interested in the original reasons why this was refused, because apparently it lacked the justification for the level of spaces that were being put forward. So I have to say, I found that mildly interesting, because I think there's many a student application that the university has said lacks a justification, and we could have refused on that basis. But I think if we're going forwards, we have to say, well, actually, have we dealt with the problems the committee raised? And I think we have, both in terms of the lack of justification and of the height. I think Gerald has outlined the port master plan very, very well. I think that changing the port is absolutely crucial to where we want to go as a city, and how this city is going to look, and how we're going to make the city better in the next 30 years. I have to say I was very interested with Virgin Voyages and their advertising, that they're going from Barcelona and Portsmouth. But they put Portsmouth before Barcelona, which of course is the right way round in many ways. But I think that's very interesting, and that's the sort of market we're looking at. I would add another thing with the port as well, and that is the free port as well. The port is going to be a custom site for the new Solent free port. To my mind, people may differ, that is also quite important, because the port needs space. And that needs flexibility, and that, to my mind, removes the lack of justification that existed in the first place. I'm also happy to talk about the security of development around Tipner that simply wasn't there last June. We've got some form of political consensus around Tipner West, around the City Deal proposal for Tipner West. Tipner East continuing to look interesting, but the Tipner Regeneration Company seems to have woken up, which is always very pleasant. And I think it is important that sort of situation did not exist last June, but it exists now. I'm also delighted that the football club is also interested, certainly in my ward. Match day parking frequently occurs. I think anything that reduces that is very, very good. And to deal with Councillor Atkins' point, I made it not 8 metres, Matt, I made it a 20% reduction in the AOD from 35 to 28 in terms of the heights, which I think deals with the other issue that is put forward. But I think in terms of the overall development, this is going to be good for our city. It shows our city is ambitious. It gives us a decent building block for the future. We will no doubt argue over several of the details, including access later. And I'm delighted to move the officer's recommendations, which, bear in mind, includes, as per the supplementary matters, the Natural England veto on habitats. So delighted to third the proposal, Lee.
Very good. Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate Councillor Sanders' attempts to bring his kind of view on bar charts into a meeting like this, and over-egging the pudding. 20%, 8 metres are the same thing on this. However, credit where credit's due on that attempt. I hold a slightly different view, Chair, on this, and it is a different view with a small difference with a lowercase s, I think. I'm not convinced that this is any better. I'm not convinced it's entirely different to what was brought before the committee before. However, I do understand the need for this to go forward. I've heard what Councillor Vernon Jackson has said about parking spaces are needed, and the need for them, and I know there's lots of space underneath the blocks of flats that run along that side of the city. I'm not sure whether that's something that's been explored. However, this as a project, in terms of what it does for the city, and all of us in this room are very proud of this city, and to see Portsmouth and the tower on big adverts with big companies is fantastic, and I agree with that. So I do appreciate the need for this. However, I just think, although this is an outlined plan, is it perfect? And our view on the committee has always been, if something's not right, then we should send it back and ask for it to become back better. And with the consultee comments here, with the supplementary matters that we've seen today, there are a significant amount of questions, I think, still to be asked. As a city, we all hold our green ambitions very close to our hearts, and we want to be seen as a driving force in terms of the green agenda, and yet there are 4 environment agencies or areas there that have come back and they're not content, including concerns about biodiversity, ecology, and all of those things, and 12 that haven't responded. So if there were an opportunity to, I hate saying defer because I'm a fan of immediacy, defer this so that we could get some clarification from these consultees, if there were an opportunity to avoid the concerns that Councillor Smythe and Vernon Jackson had about sitting on it. If we had the drawings that we didn't have today to hand, I think this would be much better and would be easier to vote for. So my question is, if we were to defer this, could we do it with immediacy in mind and the intention to bring this back very quickly? If it's going to take 4, 5, 6 months, it changes the picture. But if we could bring this back with some comments from the consultees, if we could sort out, so make sure we had those drawings and things, I think this sounds like a much better application. But my view is one that we've held previously, that if something's not perfect, then we probably need to send it back and ask it to be better.
All right then. Thanks for your concerns. I think you might be seconding your deferral. I think that a lot of the things that concern you have been answered in the conditions, which are pretty strong. Councillor Atkins.
I'm not wasn't planning to immediately second deferral. So if you want to finish what you were saying.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying a lot of the concerns. I mean, if you read through the conditions, they really do address all of the concerns you could possibly think about.
Chair, I just wanted to say that the drawings, I think the councillor is referring to, relate to the previous application. They're not
this one, that's right. Yeah. Councillor Atkins, you've got a comment.
Well, I wanted to make my own comment on the application. I think people across the chamber, including Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Sanders, have been very effectively singing me conservative lullabies about free ports and transitory business and roll on and roll off and private parking and all kinds of things I do like. And what I do recognise is that the report today has brought back a larger amount of reasons. But the song being sung is still to me, build an 8-storey car park at the entrance to Portsmouth, at the entrance to Portsea Island, the main road that people come down into the city. And the problem I just cannot get past, ultimately, is that I can't see a world where an 8-storey car park, I don't think Councillor Smith referred to this in her deputation quite accurately. I can't see a world where this is ever an attractive building. An 8-storey car park's not an attractive building. I've never seen one in my life where there was an attractive 8-storey. When I see one, I'll believe it, but I have not yet seen one. And we are asking this to be built on the basis of quite a lot. I mean, yes, the port absolutely needs spaces. Yes, there's a future demand that we can see for electric charging, but we don't know exactly what form that will take. We don't know if distributing freight off large lorries into small delivery vehicles is a business model that will ever take off. There is still, to me, a lot of questions. And what I do not want to be responsible for an 8-storey building that only needed to be 4 stories if we know it is going to be unattractive and spoil the cityscape entrance to our city. So I'm afraid until I am sure, I am going to keep proposing refusal. And it may be that I'm on the wrong side of this and time will demonstrate that, but I'm going to propose refusal of this on the basis of I don't accept the principle of development because I think all sides accept that the size of this is going to be unattractive. Its location. I think a tall building in that location may be appropriate, but this is one large tall building which takes up the entire location, is the principle that we are accepting today that could be built, and I don't accept that principle. So it's not about appearance, it is about a building of this size in that residential location, on that prominent location in the cityscape, I ultimately don't accept until we have tried options that I think the Council could have explored. I think the Council is making a choice here to put all of the eggs we know we need in one basket. And yes, that can be the cheapest way of fixing that. But, you know, there are other places in the city, and both on and off the island, where parking could be provided. There are other places in the city, both on and off the city, where we could do electric charging. And I would like to have seen a staged development where we maybe gradually develop, and I appreciate that might have been more expensive, but gradually develop the park and ride sites to do some of these things that we were sure we need immediately, rather than build 8 stories that I still cannot fully see that I definitely think will get maximum use to justify what I think is an enormous building in not a great location. And it's a car park. Yes, people love parking, but nobody likes car parks. That's one of the life's great problems. So I'm going to continue to propose refusal on the grounds of I don't accept the grounds of the principle of development not being appropriate given the size and scale in that prominent location.
All right, thank you, Mr. Turner.
Thank you. The appearance of the building is a reserved matter. So that is entirely in the committee's gift, should it approve outline planning permission today. And if it does or doesn't like how an up to 8-storey building may appear, that's in its gift at the time. But that is not a matter for determination today. That is for a reserved matter. Now, I think it is entirely possible that a large building can be attractive and important and significant, especially at this important gateway site. That depends on the resource and the imagination put into the scheme. I think design, if this is approved, will be absolutely crucial, and there are all sorts of iterations on how we could approach even decked car parking. There are all sorts of ways that can be approached by skilled architects and engineers and designers, along with landscape as well. It's very much open-ended to some degree within the confines of a decked structure, but how you shape it, its form. Is it rectilinear, or is it more amorphous and shaped in some way? And then what sort of materials you clad it in? Do you read each level, or do you entirely clad it in? You know, there are so many possibilities and permutations, and that is the reserved matter of appearance, notwithstanding the size. So in my opinion, a large building can be an attractive building, and that is down to future design and a future reserved matter.
So you'll have the opportunity, we'll all have the opportunity to talk to Abby and look at the design as it goes along, and then hopefully a design will come here which people will like. You'll have your opportunity to vote on that again in the future as well. Councillor New.
Thank you, Chair. And as I asked in my question, I was pleased to see actually that the application that's come back before us has taken in the committee's considerations. And I think I do take points that colleagues make, and on some of them I completely agree with. But I was especially pleased actually to see that the outline permission was here and with a reduction. And just to give people an anecdote, when I brought forward the sea defence applications, we went through a very controversial period, shall we say, where even when we were just looking at the concept of having an outline, it was very, very difficult. I don't think what was being proposed here is anywhere near as controversial as what that was. And actually, now when you look at the sea defences, they're really bloody fantastic. Apologies for swearing. All of the fears that people had, they were able to feed into through quite a lot, an extensive consultation to everyone's credit, across all benches, across the city. It was a really positive experience, and I think in 10 years' time, when they're completed, we will look back with great pride on them and think, do you know what, we might have gone through a bit of hardship, but that's what we're ultimately elected to do. And I think that this will be the same, albeit on a much smaller scale. I also take the officer's point. I think that tall buildings, large buildings, can be iconic, can be beautiful. Okay, it's not in the same realm, but we discussed the Spinnaker Tower earlier, being a case in point. Or even if you go to places like Birmingham and you look at the Bullring Shopping Centre, that huge silver futuristic looking monument, really, it's iconic. It looks fantastic. And actually, I was heartened today to listen to officers, colleagues. I think that there is a real sense of concern about the design, and I think, having sat on this committee for as long as I have over the years, that officers will absolutely take the steer from the committee to bring back something that they know is going to go through, that's going to be of a good design standard. And if there are problems with it, we'll tell them. And so that's why I appreciate that we are doing this in a two-part and possibly more process. So I will be supporting this today, Chair.
Yeah, likewise. I mean, everybody wanted IKEA to come, whether it was there or was a bit further down. And IKEA would have had would have a straightforward 8, 9, 10 level car park alongside. You don't get them without parking attached to IKEA. So there we are. Anyway, and of course this is within the control of the council, because it is the council's application, and we all have access to officers. We'll all be pressing Councillor Stagg and Martin over there about this into the future. Anyway, so look, any more comments before we move to a vote? Good. So at the moment we have had one refusal which hasn't been seconded so far. We've had one deferral which hasn't been seconded so far. So the proposition is the officer's report with all the conditions attached that I've moved, seconded by Councillor Vernon Jackson. Anything else to say, Mr. Turner?
In accordance with the SMAT.
And in accordance with the SMAT, thank you. All right then, all those in favour, please raise their hands. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and those against, I presume, is 1. Thank you, Councillor Atkins. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lavis. Thank you, Abby. I hope you've enjoyed your experience today. We shall see you again, no doubt. So now we go on to the best one of the day, which is King George V playing fields and the pavilion there.
Chairman, I'm very sorry, but my apologies for this. I will be in such big trouble. I'm meant to be on holiday.
Thank you very much indeed for your attendance today and for your help.
Now I'm on leave, so I'm leaving.
All right, if you can make your way nice and quietly out the back, thank you. So members, we moved on to item number 5 in your reports now, which is King George V playing fields. It's a council application, which is why it's here. Mr. Maguire, I guess you're doing this one, are you?
I am indeed. Yeah. Thank you. This is an application for the reconstruction of the single-storey sports pavilion, as well as the provision of 2 artificial pitches and associated fencing, car parking and flood lighting. Everyone, I think, knows where King George playing field is, up in Cosham. The existing pavilion was subject to an arson attack in 2018, and consequently requires replacement. This is the scheme proposed to replace it. You can see the 2 areas of pitches to the north of the site, adjacent to the railway line, the L-shaped pavilion in here, and the associated car parking areas through here, some hard landscaping through to the pedestrian access here, and an area of grass creek for overflow parking up here along the road edge. The building, not the best images for that. I think I'll try and find you some others, but I would probably direct you to page 50 of your report, which shows the 3-dimensional illustration of it. It's above 5.7 of this. but the building is a relatively utilitarian design building to manage the antisocial behaviour challenges for this area, which have led to concerns there in the past. As I say, an L-shaped building providing all the necessary parts for a functional pavilion, but also a cafe space that would be publicly facing as part of that. So very similar to quite a lot of other pavilions members will be aware with. There are the 3D sketch views of how the building will look. Probably really the only point of contention, I would say, is the impact of new pitches and flood lights, the number of floodlights around the edges of the pitch, as you would expect, and obviously there are neighbouring properties provided, as you can see, just highlighted in yellow. If you can make that out on the bottom right of the image I put on screen, on the other side of the road, looking to the east, and the railway looking to the north. So adequate distance so that appropriately managed floodlighting and operation of those pitches is not considered to result in an unreasonable impact on amenity, following discussions with both the environmental health team and of course a review by your planning officers. As I say, parking, about 100 spaces proposed there, as well as grass street overflow parking to come in utilising much of the existing space within the area. I'll go back to that first image, probably the best one to leave you with. It's obviously redevelopment on an existing playing pitch area for the purposes of enhancing playing pitches for Cosham and the wider Portsmouth. The recommendation is to grant plan permission subject to a range of conditions, as you would expect within the report. One other thing from the SMAT to add is we have proposed an additional informative as well, just to highlight to the applicant, which of course is PCC, an opportunity to have a further discussion with the Hampshire Designing Up Crime Officer to look at if there's anything else can be done to help deal with the crime and disorder challenges in that area. But we are satisfied that the scheme is acceptable and fully in compliance with policy, as is, as I say, consequently with a recommendation to grant plan permission.
All right, members, any questions? No, Councillor Atkins.
I can't remember if it's definitely on this one, but in one version of the plan I did see reference to continued use of the area as an event space. Is that something that is incorporated with the plans, or not? Because obviously at present they're used for an annual fireworks display. Is this development going to make that impossible in the future, or is it going to be something that can continue to be possible?
Not an expert on fireworks displays. It's a very large playing pitch. There's lots of room to provide for adequate space. I would be confident for firework displays or other events. There is no application to change the use of the site, so the use of the sites will continue. They'll move some things around, I'm sure. I don't know where they did their firework displays before, but if it's where the artificial pitches are, they might not want to do it now. As I say, they have quite significantly increased the amount of parking, so that does obviously provide for an improved opportunity, as well as the adverse impact of parking, but an improved opportunity to host larger events, both with their permanent additional parking provision, 103 spaces, and the additional 46 grass street overflow spaces. So a substantial, greater opportunity to support events if that is something the landowner wishes to do in accordance with the current land uses and constrictions.
Indeed, thank you. Councillor Norton was first, then Councillor Fielding. Questions were on, gents.
Thank you, Chair. And this is a question from one of the local councillors, Councillor Hannah Hockaday, who had some concerns over this. And in terms of the loss of free space, is this likely to go forward and be a facility which is charged, meaning that the local community then have to pay a premium to use these facilities? Do we have any information on that?
Well, I'm sure he'll tell you that's not a planning consideration, but...
No, we have no information on that.
All right, but thank Hannah for that question. You can always write to the portfolio of concern. Councillor Fielding.
Thank you, Chair. The report goes into some detail about the enhancements to biodiversity and also the proposal to have solar panels on the roof. However, whilst the proposed conditions refer to the biodiversity, it doesn't include a condition to say that they will have solar panels. Is that something we can put in as a condition?
You can do. I'd strongly encourage you not to. Condition number 18, sustainable construction, covers that. Maybe the solar panels isn't the best way to achieve the same outcome as development moves from the planning stage into the delivery stage. You do want developers to be able to look at the range of microgeneration opportunities, and obviously achieving BREEAM excellent or very good is the status we're looking for here will enable the developer to select the best possible solution, which may or may not be solar panels. An arbitrary decision to say there should be solar panels would obviously fetter a good design and good solutions for sustainable construction.
So it's up to you then, Councillor Fielding, but it sounds like that we'll be making the buildings as sustainable. Yeah, I understand, but we put solar panels on everything, don't we, at the moment? I can't see why this would change, but if you want to put it in, I'll be happy to support it.
I was going to say, I take the views of Mr Maguire that it would be too restrictive to include it as a condition. As long as they're reaching a good BREEAM standard, then that's good enough for me.
Thank you very much. Sorry, who is next? Councillor Smith.
Just on point 17, it goes on about an outdoor terrace that would face west across the playing fields. Is there any way we can see that? Because it doesn't really show it on the plan, or I can't see it anyway.
I think this is probably the best plan we have. This is the terrace here. You see this area. These are outdoor tables. These little brown dots across there. So this is obviously to be accessed from the interior part of the pavilion.
Okay, Councillor Norton.
Okay, so events that take place on that site often use it in its entirety. Have we had any indication that it will be less likely to be able to have large-scale events on that site taking away that percentage of land? And if it, the response is, does that reply, is it a material concern? Well, I guess in terms of amenity, it might be.
Sorry, was the question, have we
So the
given any
question
guidance
is,
of...
is there any concern that we are less likely to be able to use that space for large-scale events, given the reduction of space available?
In my personal opinion, no, there will be no such concern. It's a very large area. You do have fencing around those artificial pitches, obviously delivering a specific sporting issue. How you use that bit of land would change, but it doesn't prohibit it from being accommodated and used within part of a larger scale event. Lots of areas have a mixture of artificial and green space and are used, washed over by large-scale individual events.
Sorry, Chair, to come back. So the point I'm making is things like festivals. When we have festivals there or various events, they tend to maximise every single piece of that space, backstage and all of those sort of things. Will those promoters look for alternative spaces because of the reduction in size? Have we considered that?
So, no, there's no specific planning assessment of that. There's no planning policy associated with that. From my experience running both large-scale events and looking at matters of planning on these issues, there would be no particular impediment to that. These sorts of fenced-off areas are particularly useful to event organisers. You can put your backstage spaces, you can do your decant into them. They have a benefit because you don't have to erect additional fences. It's just really depending what sort of events the community of Cosham might want to support in their area in the future.
All right. Good. Councillor Atkins.
Again, when conversations I had with officers about these plans earlier, there was talk of a footpath around the back of the artificial pitches along the boundary with the railway in the park. Has that made it into the plans or not? Or is there space there for pedestrians to continue to access that area, or is that now fenced off and inaccessible?
Through you, Chairman. The plans do not specifically show a footpath on. Plan that just disappeared. Don't specifically show a footpath going around that northern boundary. The footpath that's there at the moment is to be maintained within it. They're not looking to change that. They're only applying for the specifics that they put in this pavilion and that issue. The footpath that they have wouldn't be altered, but obviously access around the rest of the pitches is to be maintained in the normal way.
And can you explain on the plan what that kind of laddery structure is on the the right-hand end of the larger AstroTurf pitch. So there's some boxes.
Yeah.
Are those fences or?
So, this area here?
Yeah.
That's the Grass-Crete area, it's the overflow car park.
Sorry, say again?
That's the overflow car park, that's Grass-Crete.
Oh, I see, so the grass spaces.
Yeah. Or Grass-Crete spaces, so cellular, concrete or other material with grass growing through it.
All right, then, we're moving to comment. Oh, no.
And there won't be any restriction of public access to the rest of the site other than the fencing put round the AstroTurf pitches as part of the plan, would there?
The information we have is that the current public access and paths throughout the rest of the site is to be maintained as is.
Good. All right. So, there being no more questions, I'm very pleased actually to remove the officer's report. I mean, this is a massive investment into Cosham and South Paulsgrove and Wimmering, the sorts of facilities that young people need, including these 3G pitches. I'm not aware there are too many in the city north right now. A new pavilion. We've got here on there, it shows event spaces on the plan as well. I mean, what's not to like? You know, from the questions, I get the feeling that this isn't wanted in Cosham, Councillor Atkins. I may well be wrong, but this is a massive investment in sports and recreation into Cosham, the north of the city. Brand new sports pavilion and a cafe there, so there's employment opportunity, leisure opportunity, income opportunity. We've got all the pitches, they're slightly reconfigured, but absolutely no reason not to believe there wouldn't be events ongoing on I mean, it's a damn good application and for sports and recreation in the north of the city. I would have thought everybody would be very, very pleased with it, and no doubt you will be voting for it, I'm sure.
Hold on, Chair. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, apart from the fact that it is potentially going to cost people to use, which is a non-material issue. So, in terms of your comments, that is, it's non-material, but you've touched on some non-material
I haven't
things.
heard that so far, but wherever you go to any 3G pitches, and you've got to book pitches, you've got to book them. You've got to play on the pitches, you've got to book them and you've got to pay for them because they've got to be maintained. So that's perfectly normal, I think. So it's a really good application. I mean, if you don't want it, say so. All right? Anyway, okay, there we are. I proposed it. We've got a second there, Councillor Smith, Councillor Smythe, all at once. So all those in favour it, please. Is there any refusal?
I would like to make another comment. Partly in response to what you said, but also to give some general comments and some views I've received from residents, not directly, but to air some of the views I've received from residents of Cosham, because there is a lot of concern about this in the community of Cosham. I actually don't doubt, and I may end up abstaining as ward councillor for Cosham on this application overall, because I don't doubt it's good for the city of Portsmouth, but there is a sense, certainly, that the professional can edge out the amateur and the local and the community. And this is not just a development, I mean, it's not a planning consideration, but this is an application effectively to turn the site into a kind of FA training and excellence centre. And it will become more expensive. It almost inevitably does when you see an upgrade of facilities like this. It will become more for the exclusive use of people who are taking their football very seriously, and I think I think it's legitimate for residents in my ward to have concerns about, can their children continue to just go and play on the fields, walk their dogs, use this as a summer community resource like they always have. There's a widely held belief, and I'm not sure it's actually still completely accurate, but that this field was kind of endowed to the residents and contains a covenant which gives it over to their use for community. Now, I don't know what the legal status of that is anymore, if it was ever there, but that's a widely held belief in the community, and it's a belief that I think has been rather shaken by, certainly in some quarters, this application, with a lot of people feeling, as Councillor Norton does, that they might be excluded by cost, and others simply feeling that it just won't be the community space that it once was, because, you know, are the Excellence Centre really going to want their pitches torn up when people go there for community festivals or firework displays or the circus? And I can see those things suddenly becoming of lower priority to this administration and this council, even though they're of high value to the community. There was once a children's fair in the summer on this site. I'm not absolutely sure that the music festivals are necessarily welcome back, but those kind of events have a community impact and have community value, and this is I think potentially choosing to put the good of the city and youth football above the good of my residents. It's hard to know, and it does depend partly how the administration uses it, partly how the council administer this in the future, and what they allow the eventual group that come in and manage this land, manage this site to do. And so I would really call on the council not to take away from the community and amenity value this has to the residents of Corsham, so of course, who may not be, you know, the greatest footballers, who may not want to use it for, you know, regular weekly training sessions every night of the weekend and a match on Saturday or Sunday, but may just want to use it as a field for them to enjoy and to benefit the community, and not to forget that it has that use if this development goes ahead. I feel like more could have been done to reassure residents of all of those matters. We couldn't get a definite answer here today, and believe me, Corsham Ward Councillors have tried many times to get definite answers to all of the questions myself and colleagues like Councillor Norton have posed here today, and we have never got a clear, definitive answer to any of them, because I think ultimately, until the land is handed over to the Excellence Centre that will manage it, I'm not sure the council even knows exactly how much it plans to continue to allow residents to access and use this in the way that they have. So I'm going to abstain on it today because I don't think residents have been provided with the assurances they could have done. And I think that there is a real danger that this represents a loss of community space to some of my residents while representing a benefit to the sporting excellence of keen footballers in the city. So I am genuinely torn on it, and I recognise and respect the genuine concern that there is in the ward, as well as, and I will absolutely grant you, genuine support for it as well. So I think it is, you know, to laud it as a completely one-sided conversation, I don't think it's quite an accurate representation of some of the concerns of residents in that area, but I do think there are merits to it, and I'm not going to deny that. But I don't feel able, with the level of information I've been able to get and the assurances I've been able to get, to support it today.
All right then, Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, this probably goes back into the realm of questioning, however it's on considered information. I'm fairly certain that previously on applications such as money fields, there were considerations for community use of the site. It was a condition, but that doesn't, I'm unsure how that ties into planning material considerations. Can we get some clarity as to whether we can put some condition on this for community use or various, you know, disadvantaged groups, etc.? Is that within our gift?
I'll let Mr Turner answer that. Thank you.
I'll pick that up.
Sorry,
community use agreements are often sought on private land that don't already have a community use, where they are otherwise going to fail to meet a policy issue. So you might allow the development in part of a private playing pitch, for example, and compensate that quantitative reduction of playing pitch area with a qualitative improvement of access through a community use agreement. They don't have a relevance in public land because obviously fact it already has a function in the public authority, must act reasonably in managing its estate, and that may be charging, it may not be, so not a planning consideration. It's obviously to be judged on the own merits, so it wouldn't be for a planning issue to set a community use agreement on community land that already exists and is obviously managed separately through other functions of local government. Also, as I say, applies where you are looking at a quantitative reduction in playing pitch. And obviously here they are providing some built development, but it's in that part where the parking and pavilion is at the moment, moving towards the closest grass pit. And the fact they're putting artificial pitches in on top of areas that are currently grass pitches obviously doesn't change the number of pitches specifically, or tweak the arrangements, I'm sure, but there's no loss of playing pitch on that basis, so there's no necessity, even if this was a private sector scheme, and of course it's not, to try and seek a compensation or management associated with that. So it has a role to be played, but it wouldn't be relevant to an application of this nature.
I mean, I listened to Councillor Atkins have raised all sorts of monsters and whatnot, and I always say, but at 1.9 on page 46, because he talked about access to the site and whether people would still be able to go on there and walk their dogs and so on. I'll read it here. Access to the site would be largely unaltered. However, the existing car park will be extended and realigned to accommodate 103 parking bays, which I thought would please you enormously. More parking, and which would include also 5 disabled bays, up for 10 electrical vehicle charging bays, and there would be 10 full-time employees. So it's jobs for people as well. You know, there is nothing not to like about this application. And I find it extraordinary we're having this kind of a conversation. Anyway, yeah, Councillor Smythe wants to be shut up and roll on. Councillor Norton.
I just will have to leave very soon because I've got a grandchild to look after.
I didn't expect it to go quite like this.
The last thing was a strange one. Do we have any legal... we've heard about the site being gifted to the community based on, you know, the wish of the Crown and King George. Do we have any evidence of that? Is this not a good opportunity to put that to bed? What's the legality around that? I guess it's council owned, right? So
well, it's the same as Southsea Common, but Mr Maguire.
We have no information in the Planning Authority regarding private covenants or endowments to the community. Obviously, the King George V playing fields are a nationwide phenomena. I've dealt with them in other authorities and allowed the local authorities that manage them to undertake improvement that the Planning Authority thought was appropriate for it. So I know of no universal limitation on it. Whether there's specific covenant or restriction, private land matter, as always, falls out with planning control, but I'd have to defer to our legal advisor for any other comments.
All right. Mr Gill, we've got another councillor here, Councillor Madrick. His Paulsgrove is nearby. He indicated he wanted to say something. Am I allowed to let him do that? His Paulsgrove, so it's his area, really. Okay, I'm in the committee. He's here. He's not, so let's hear from him. Councillor Madrick.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to give kind of more of an impartial opinion because I actually know a lot about this project purely because some of you may know I'm the chairman of Paulsgrove Football Club. So the FA contacted us in a really early stage in regards to this application because obviously the FA are actually putting a lot of money towards the funding of it. So I was just hopeful that I could just give you a bit more additional information, factual information really, that you've not been privy to, and whether that changes your opinion, but I'll give it to you anyway. In regards to the kind of fees and charges for the pitch, there is an intention to charge fees for local residents to use the facilities. I've got a document in front of me here from the Hampshire FA saying that the model works on hiring quarter slots for 1 hour. Each 3G has 4 times quarters per hour for hire, and they recommend it for like 5 verse 5, 7 verse 7, 9 verse 9. There's also some partner clubs that they're getting involved. So, for example, local youth clubs from across the city, this isn't exclusive to Caution, but across the city can put in a bid to use these slots and facilities exclusively, which is a really, really exciting thing, especially for youth development, because in Paulsgrove we've got a brilliant youth team that's run by a guy called Chaz, and he's built it up, and we've got like 14 youth teams now in Paulsgrove, and the facilities that we've got in Paulsgrove aren't adequate for this. So
for us, certainly from a youth perspective across the city, it's really, really positive because we've got somewhere now that's safe and that we can use. But say just for literal clarity, there is intentions to charge. The pavilion has already gone out to tender. And there's full documents, so if any councillors here want to get access to those, they can speak to the Culture and Leisure team, because it's already gone fully out to tender, the pictures have gone out to tender, everything's gone out, we've already had people apply to take over the roles, and you can get information on what the proposed charges are if you ask the right departments. So just want to let you know there is things in place and they are being charged, but also they are working with the community teams to get the youth people in. So it's a positive, I think.
Thank you, sir. 3G pitches charging just the same as anywhere else in the city, like the Mountbatten Centre, no different. Okay then, so those in favour of the report which I've moved, conditions attached, please show. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those against or abstaining? Abstention, Councillor Atkins. Okay, thanks very much indeed. Members, thanks for your patience today. I know we've been stop-starting, but it's over and done with now, and a lot of good has been done today, so thank you very much indeed, everybody.